Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Ornlu asleep. I will say, admit that, especially like if it's an early stream, it takes me a little bit longer to get my act together when I wake up. I'm sure I didn't miss anything. I didn't miss anything important. I was way too tired to do anything last night. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Alrighty. Like they are in the midst of a Civ draft right now. A little too low. Whoa, that's a Sicilians at pick 2. Oh boy. Morning, everybody. Ooh, could be a fishing fish pick. Sicilians. And we could say Fisky Mother. Woot. Yeah, I think I'll keep it like this. I like to keep you guys in suspense, so you can't really figure out what the last two maps are. Unless he's not, something like that. Or... Oh, wait, yeah. T-West said that there is a setting in Capture Age so that we can get the trees properly small. Oh, there is a Capture Age option. Ah, that must be new. I've checked this in the past, and they haven't had that as a setting. Nikov wants Arabia? No, Rocky Forest would probably be the next most Arabia. We do have Arena. No, I think Tato's the favorite. I think it could be very close, but again, Nikov's kind of hovering in that top, I would say 7 through 12-ish range, depending on, you know, the day. And Tato, I think, is still pretty firmly at top 5 and 6 with ACCM. Isn't he near the top of the ladder right now? To China? Yep. He'll be banished to China. Oh no, he's third on the ladder right now. After Hera and Yo. All right, the draft is done, and with these larger sets, or longer sets, I guess, we tend to see more civs as well. That's how that checks out. So we do have Sicilians for Nikov, which is almost certainly going to be used on Fish and Fish, game number 1. Burmese picking, a Jurchen sighting, Hadars, Incas, another Gurjaras pick. My eyes look like I've been up all night getting high? No. No. I just had an 11-hour stream yesterday, and I woke up at 6:30 in the morning to cast again. I'm not really good at going to bed early, but even I was able to go to bed at like 10:45 last night. Wait, Yo isn't casting this? He's just queuing ladder. I wish. This is just cranberry juice and sparkling water. It is nice and refreshing in the morning, and I like to have it. Oh, I'm sure it's easy peasy. Alright, Tato is hosting the lobby. I do think that Sicilians are going to be busted out for Nikov. And probably Japanese for Tato. I think they might be going with some pretty high picks here in game number 1. Is possible. The blood of my enemies? Yeah. Shot of currant? Isn't currant pretty similar to cranberry in flavor? Cranberries are known for their very tart, slightly bitter taste, while currants, particularly black currants, offer a sweeter, more complex flavor with bright acidity. Chuggy chug chuggy but I don't know about you guys, but I typically wake up really dehydrated in the morning. Means I snore? At least I'm told I don't. Maybe everyone's being polite to me and I do snore. Or maybe I was snoring, I don't know, last night or something. I personally can't stand snoring. I really hope I don't. Sadly, yeah. Snoring or diabetes? Yeah, take the snoring over diabetes for sure, but I would rather do neither. Part of it also might be that I've been having some allergy issues recently, like seasonal allergies. Alrighty. What do you know? I'm so good at predicting civs. Or something. It's French food once again, something like that. Hello, Adam O'Donovan. What's good? AoE 2, and hopefully this series. It's my job, you bet it's my job. I do my best at it. Such as I can. Hello, McNeely. 40 seconds till liftoff. No chatter? Always welcome. Yes, it is a best of 7 now, as these are the deciders. And I don't know, it's probably still cheaper to fly from Spain to China than Argentina to China. Of grids? Yeah, something like that. You could definitely go through plenty of grids. Hopefully today's a little bit easier on me, though, because it shouldn't be as intense, like game to game to game to game to game. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we did use Ornlu Standard Time. It's definitely still good morning at 7 a.m. Oh, the professionalism's already collapsed, guys. Oh, no, I jumped into the game before setting up the scoreboard. Oh, dear. I hope Diff Tom isn't watching. Alright, guys, indeed, look at this. Sicilians here for Nikov to the northwest. I would say a slight underdog, not by, like, a significant margin, but maybe the 7 or 8 point underdog. He'll be the Sicilians here to the northwest and to the southeast. In the blue, as in my mind the best civ for this map, we have Mr. Tatito. With the Weeb book? Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Alright, Tati already coming forward here. With the mill. And if you're wondering, hey Ornlu, do current sergeants beat Japanese men-at-arms? I don't know. Maybe? I have not seen it. Yes, you are just in time. These should be a bunch of really good sets today, guys. Yes, the Woo experiment of only Cav archers. 101 wood. A little weird, but I'm not that obsessive. Alright, so, what is Nikov doing here? The thing with Sicilians, guys, is that if you can take some good fights with them in Feudal Age with the sergeants and stuff, even getting into Castle Age, because they don't really do skirms or cav archers well, they're still not going to be that great. At least in the current meta. Maybe once heavy cavalry and maybe infantry become more viable, but Sicilians are, you know, they're a melee unit, so. Whereas Japanese are still going to have strong cav archers, and that could be something tough for this civ to deal with. Oh, they do have the faster building fortifications, though. And, uh-oh, the crocodile! Alright, Donjon coming in. In this context, they're a Donjon civ? Yes, they are. So you'll have the Donjon that will serve as both a tower and a way to produce your sergeants, and Tato is naturally going to be opening up with some Japanese infantry. And hello, Boom. Alright, so Nikov's also very slightly ahead in the uptime. Going up 1 bill sooner. Yeah, Donjon could go up on the hill here. But look at this, Tato's like, you know what the best way to deal with the Donjon is? To not deal with the Donjon. Protect their familia. Nah, that's my ancestors. Is that a threat? You leaving? Well, why don't you say goodbye to me, Tandoori? Wow. And sergeants? I don't know, to be honest. Actually, McNeely's here. You have an easy to set up testing arena. Help a brother out. Anyway, nice little walls here for Nikov. This is almost like campaign-based style with the little palisades in this enclosure, but the scout cavalry's gonna sneak on through. Yeah, Japanese men-at-arms versus sergeants. Deals with you, exactly. Alright. Oh wait, not a single sergeant is on the way though. Yeah, he's not on gold at all. Okay, good quick gate there. I see what Tato is trying to do to try and prevent a villager from walling behind him. And look how fast those Japanese men-at-arms are cutting through the palisade. Nikov is indeed blocking the gate there. Feudal creposts. I don't know, guys. That might be a bit OP. Alright, now we have the mixture of range units coming in from each player, but if Nikov is just opening up skirmishers, wouldn't there be better civs for that? Wouldn't you rather play a civ like Malians? That are a bit better economically? Gatebox? Yeah, that was in one of the more recent patches. I don't really understand it, to be honest. I mean, gates have always been 3 separate buildings. They've been the posts. I don't remember the correct terminology. And then the actual gate itself. So maybe they're just widening it? I'm not sure. Yeah, it is kind of weird. Nope, no sergeants yet. I mean, you can still just add them in. And Nikov is now on gold with 4 villagers. Ah, but look at this. This is what I was talking about, guys, where going for the initial fishing ship seems like a really risky proposal. But this sort of later feudal age ship transition is actually one that I think can work out really, really well. And I think Tato reading the game state quite nicely, where it's like, okay, you know your opponent's going sergeants. They don't actually have a whole lot to threaten you with. So this is where you can sort of sneak out with a couple vills, get those fishing ships down, and there's like not a whole lot that can be stopped at them to stop them at the moment. And hello, Norther. Of archers going way off the grid. What was that scout doing? Tato getting some nice hits in there. And we got the blacksmith coming in. And still no sergeants. Nicely done there from Tato. Gets a couple kills. Reinforcing skirms are on the way. But it is certainly fair to say that Tato hasn't gotten a whole lot done with his men-at-arms, and Nikov is slightly ahead in resources. He does have 8 vills forward versus only 4. But Tato should be getting ahead once again, especially with these Japanese fishing ships going. Build in shallows? We've never had a bonus anything like that. Remember, guys, the Sicilian skirmishers do take less bonus damage. So they actually take 1 less damage from enemy skirmishers. Now, does that really matter when the units are dealing a bunch of overkill damage anyway? No, but it is still something that is useful in several situations. Several skirmishes, one might even say. Anyway, those villagers are being displaced somewhat. Got an archer here with clutching at the back. And Tato is just kind of ahead in population. He's 200 score ahead. He's got 3 fishing ships going out. Got a second range coming in, and so far, it really doesn't feel like Nikov is doing a whole lot. Tato's just ignored the donjon. Guess that's a kill there. Hello, NoobTuber. Got lots of people wanting to tune in for this final series, or set of final series, rather. Warm-up game? Well, it is a best of 7, so you have a lot of runway. Building farms without horse collar as Sicilians is always big sad. Still, Nikov gets another kill there, but as for the fishing, Nikov is simply unaware. He scouted earlier, but Tato, again, it's that adaptation to go to the side, being that your opponent didn't have a very strong or mobile army, having only skirmishers. So Tato already getting ahead here in the resources, and skirms are here at the front, and Tato has more of them. It is 10 skirms to 4. Rice Bowl? Yeah, and honestly, like, basically any major LAN is going to be an S-tier event. So although Nikov a little ahead in the KD, it doesn't matter if Tato just has way more units. But Nikov clicks up to Castle Age. Ooh, faster building fortifications might actually work here. Look at this. Okay, there's Horse Collar coming in. Tato's not far behind, though. Gobble gobble. Tato is ahead in food collected. It's a lot of wood here, though. That's a lot of wood that's being invested. Meanwhile, Nikov does appear to look for the counterattack, but still, he's just making skirmishers. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, and Tato has his 3 fishing ships here, and he is getting further and further ahead in terms of the economy. Although Nikov is still fishing more. And that's with Tato not having double bid axe this whole time. Wow. Is ahead, and actually it's Nikov who's ahead in gobble gobble. Right, there's the gold mining upgrade, and here is the first of Les Argents. Yes, Sicilians are good on this map, although I don't know if they are so good as to warrant a pick over a civ like Japanese. Alright, elite skirmisher upgrades incoming. It's just the one sergeant right now to chase down the skirmishers. And Tato's going to need to be the one who buys some time. Is the micro here good enough? That is 2-1 in favor of Tato, but now the micro is starting to come online for Nikov. Are Japanese better? They have more bonuses early on. Deep mills, super strong men-at-arms, and you also have the good fishing ships on the side here. And you have better cav archers in mid-game. Oh, I don't know about this one, guys. That's a lot of arrows coming in from Tato. Nikov trying to force the issue, and this is really sort of the hour of his redemption. As this was before Tato was in Castle Age, and although it's a little messy for Tato, he is making it work just fine, and he is going to continue to climb ahead in resources. That said, Nikov, as he is wont to do, really starting to power ahead in those eco upgrades. Actually, low-key, guys, Tato's somebody who skips eco upgrades all the time. These are probably the two, you know, highest level players who infuriate me the most with missing eco upgrades. Alright, and here we go, guys. Now is time for the donjon number 2 for Nikov. Skirm upgrade's gonna come in here for Tato. And currently he has nothing to deal with enemy skirms other than more of his own skirmishers. And even mixing in a few sergeants would not be half bad. That said, Tato is once again going to come in here for a counterattack. He sees those quick house walls coming on in. But Nikov's doing a lot of eco disruption, and despite not scouting at all the fish here, which of course is a little bit sad, he's doing enough to keep Tato on the back foot with his own economy. Woodline near the donjon overchopped? Yes, it is. Whoa, is it not? Oh, wow, it's not. Right, padded archer armor coming in. All of those upgrades are going to be all even Stevens. Skirmisher numbers are even, and this is a solid game number 1 to start things off here. Nikov is going to be picking up a second TC. That is a nice engagement here for Tato, going to snag a couple of skirmishers. Don't know why Nikov's trying to force the issue. Anton doesn't do that much damage. And the thing is that Nikov's going to need to do is make sure he gets that farming eco transition going, because the fish are not going to last all that much longer. I guess there's still quite a few on the side. That's a lot of Vills running around that way, and now Tato's coming in with the University. I mean, both players not with the cleanest ecos in the world. A demo for Tato. Oh, is Nikov going to spot it? Oh, he's looking. That sergeant. This sergeant's ready to go. Danger, danger. That would be a very good pickup for Nikov. That said, Tato's getting Bowsaw and Ballistics right now. And Ballistics especially is going to be huge in the Archer War, or rather Skirm War in this case. Too many Vills? I mean, once you get to 200 population, there is very much such a thing as too many Vills. If you're less than 200 population, then no, I would say there is no such thing as too many Vills. Alright, University coming in now for Nikov. That TC is going to go up very quickly, of course, with the Sicilians. Alright, Nikov trying to take a bit of a better fight there, but remember, it is Ballistics v no Ballistics. Went to the south because you don't need that much wood right now as Nikov, who also has 39 Vills on wood. You might want to change that a bit. But you can see that despite the TC count, the resources collected are still even because of Tato's fishing ships. Now Nikov should be getting ahead in the medium run, shall we say. But Tato has the better army in the short run, and his eco is just fine, so as long as he can take some good fights here, he's going to do all right for himself. But again, you do get less bonus damage here. Remember, you take whatever 33% of 4 is, so 1 and change, less bonus damage. And honestly, like I said, I kind of want the bonus damage reduction to go back up to 50% for infantry and archers, and then 33% for cav. But next patch, right, they're getting buffed again, right? It's 40% now. I don't know how much that changes. Alright, now it's just... The skirm should more or less trade evenly. Oh, there's also the one crossbowman here, guys. Like, day 15, they still haven't recognized that I'm a skirmisher. Or not a skirmisher. Alright, 9 Villi. Nikov's actually on 4 TCs right now. I don't know, guys. This is a pretty darn good version of Nikov that we're seeing today. We could have a real series on our hands. Beach Workshop coming in. And looks like Tato might be trying to make a bit of a night switch. You've got to be kidding me. Really? Sicilian cav archers against Japanese who are already going skirms? Oh my goodness. I mean, he doesn't even have a good eco for cav archers. Alright, units coming on over here to the side. Random skirm blob is gonna get a couple kills before getting demoed here. Oh! Oh, the splits! The skirm splits! I mean, to be fair, a demo is not worth it for 2 skirms. Yeah, I mean, Nikov could have a castle a long time ago. And we got a couple of sergeants coming on in. But Nikov really should be spending his stone here. Something I actually kind of like with Sicilians, though, is going for crossbowmen with donjons because of all the garrison space. So you can kind of go for donjon pressure, then garrison a bunch of archers in it, and they just fire a gajillion arrows. Anyway, castle here is going to be built in a safer location, and then Nikov could even go for the extra TC and then go for First Crusade to get the 25 sergeants. Castle then Sato. Oh, jeez, don't remind me of that game. What is this castle? A perfectly fine castle. You all up here on the side, and the castle protects more surface area. Not only does he have eco upgrades, but Nikov was ahead in eco upgrades for a while. Sicilian CA to make me cry inside. Yep, he's going to go for some First Crusade action. Going to be up on the 5 TCs. And more donjons coming in. Wheelbarrow coming in for Nikov too. We should be seeing First Crusade in just a moment, and that, guys, is gonna be tough to stop. Well, gets the knights there, and looks like Tattoo's making a bit of a more concerted switch over into cavalry. What are those vills up to? Just outposts. Yeah, Nikov's a boomer, man. He's also on 5 TCs. But yeah, I'm sure he should be getting First Crusade here in just a moment. Kinda surprised he's not, to be honest. I thought the 5th TC would be exactly for First Crusade. But maybe he wants Imp first. Can try and rush up a market over here. But the knights are going to start to do much better here versus the skirms. Yeah, I imagine it'll be right after he clicks up to Imp, which is going to be far ahead. And Nikov, honestly, playing Sicilians very well. Nato getting a little bit of value there. And chain barding armor coming in. I mean, sergeants should trade pretty well against knights. They should be quite cost efficient now that they're more loaded into melee armor. Ecolas. Oh boy, that is a couple of kills there. Nice snipes from Tato. Get insta-housed. Well, now you can get the button regardless. I mean, it's literally 25 sergeants, guys. The value of that tech is incredibly high. If you have 5 TCs. Oh, now Tato's got guard towers coming in. Nope. Nikov going to be powering through with the cavalry for right now, which is honestly fine as well. If he isn't going for sergeants, then Cavalier with Hoberg make the second most sense to me. OP Imp Tech? It's basically plate barding armor the second for knights. And as I've said many times before, redundancy in AoE 2 is actually really, really good. So if you have plate barding armor and another plate barding armor on top of it, it is very, very powerful. Just like how Garland Wars is just all the attack upgrades again. Against Sicilians, well, it was more like it was skirmisher v skirmisher, as it always is in Age of Empires. Anyway, Tato trying to flood with knights here. Hold on. Redundancy? I don't know. It's like the same exact thing, right? Anyway, these knights gonna be doing just fine here. Iron casting coming in from Tato. Gonna try and if he has any hope, maybe trying to overrun Nikov before he can get online, but Nikov doing too good of a job here with the eco. And this is also a thing that's happening, apparently. Murder holes for Tato. Trying to go with those guard towers, but these castles from Nikov in a pretty solid position. And yet Tato still has an okay army, and those vills are going to be having a bad day. Does nothing, is it? I mean, I guess. Doing a couple of sergeants somewhere. You have two, but we are okay. Never getting it? Yeah, I think that's still kind of an issue. Duplication? Yeah, I guess that might be the more appropriate word here. I apologize for my incorrect nomenclature. Well, Cavalier charging in here. I mean, that Trebuchet is going to get wrecked, but this, this should just not be feasible for Tato to work. How many? That's 12 villager kills. Nikov! I mean, there is not a whole lot Tato's going to be able to do to beat Cavalier with Knights. And that's all he's really doing. And Nikov going to be in a very good spot here to take game number... Oh my god, this guard tower still keeps on getting kills. But yeah, Cavalier are better than Knights, who would have thunk? First Crusade Devotion? Yeah, seriously. Castle coming forward here from Nikov. He is ready to close out game number 1 here. CA? 4. I mean, yeah, Tato's getting some nice snipes here and there, but he is just hard stuck in Castle Age. And I just do not see this at all for Tato here in game number 1. And this is Tato's number 1 Civ pick versus Nikov's number 2 Civ pick. So both players clearly putting a lot of at least draft stock here in this very first game. And now we got some more donjons incoming from Nikov here. He does have ballistics, remember. And you can just garrison so many vills. It's honestly an underrated aspect of donjons, is just how many units you can garrison in them. It's like Teuton towers, except you get Bracer for them. Red Bull, yeah, but this is very, very far behind here. Oh, the stable not even gonna happen. Rip. Tato's still not giving up. I really don't see what Tato thinks his route to victory is in this one. Oh my god, this killed 23 vills. But Nikov still has 41. Oh my god, it's such a Nikov thing to just keep on making vills. And Nikov's eco efficiency isn't very good. It's honestly his biggest weakness as a player is his late game eco efficiency. That said, Nikov is still overall playing this super well. And is in a great spot here to take game number 1. "25-minute forging? Hell, you take what you can get." And things, though, that checks out. Alright, Cavalier coming in. Yeah, the lack of First Crusade, at least on the way up to Imp, is a little baffling to me. Anyway, there's the GG called, and Nikov taking game number 1 in our first decider set. Well done, and well-deserved, for sure. Basically, just... Even though Tato had the fishing ships, Nikov applied enough pressure to Tato's eco to even that out. And then just got his own eco set up at home. He got his early eco upgrades. He got the TCs down. Able to make it work. Very, very good stuff. Honestly, a fun game, though. And it was a nice use of Sicilians as well. Showing that they are a situationally strong civ. And hello and good morning, everybody. I am, like, really tired. I apologize. Well, I'm going to get some coffee in just a moment. Hopefully that'll help. That is Sicilians over Japanese. And a good solid game number 1 to start things off. And they are already launching into Seychelles. Oh boy. This is going to be either a very short or very long game, most likely. Player horse game. As a shield or something. Anyway, I'm gonna get some coffee, guys. Ugh. Turns out my dad was already bringing me coffee. Have hidden picks. So the way this particular draft works, I'm actually a fan of it. You have a series of admin bans. So that's like, what, 10, I think? Yeah. And then you have the 5 personal bans that can overlap. For instance... We have Chinese banned by both. And then you just pick your civs. So I like this draft setup. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 2. We are on Seychelles. And it will be Nikov in the red as the Italians to the west. And to the east in the blue as the Koreans, it will be Tato. Certainly both very strong civs for this map. Indeed, it is Koreans. This map, it is all Seychelles all the time. Live with my family? Yes, I do. And it is quite rare. It's becoming less rare for Americans. Like... Even 20 years ago, it would have been pretty rare for somebody who's my age to live with their parents, but now it's a lot more common. The Pokemon? It almost looks like 2 hands that are, like, playing tug-of-war over, like, a ring. Couldn't say why, yeah. Versus wagons? Yes. So war wagons, Kolim, are literally just cav archers. There is nothing about the war wagon that, like, would affect a cav archer that you might think affects a cav archer that doesn't also apply to war wagons. Knowing their parents? Yeah, seriously. It's like mitosis, yeah. Also, what if we had, like, chameleon eyes, fly eyes? No Parthian. They actually are affected by Parthian tactics. It's just Koreans don't have Parthian tactics. Well, hello there, little dog. So the thing with Genbos and war wagons is that the Genbos might be cost efficient, and they probably are, But war wagons are still population efficient because they have high pierce armor and a ton of HP. Yes, with full... with a full tech tree, Koreans get war wagons with bloodlines in Parthian tactics, so they can get even more HP and armor. Build time efficiency? Well, Genbo train pretty slow, but I feel like they buffed the Genoese crossbowman train time over the years. I'm pretty bad at memorizing train times, though. Let's see here. Genoese crossbowman. Okay, so it's at 14 seconds, which is actually pretty good. And I do remember the war wagons are at 21 seconds. See, now I'm at the point when if I just see a long message from Susie, I can just skip over it, and I know that I've lost nothing. 3 damage? What? And 3 wagons? Oh, I mean, you're talking about pop efficiency. Wanna stream? Just gotta cut it out. Just like an addiction. Is it an FC from Tato? Not necessarily, but it is a little strange. Now, this could be for just the later uptime. Actually, wait a minute. What is he doing? Hold on. Do condos deal bonus damage to turtle ships? Yes, they do. I think it's a really pretty map. Like Seychelles, man. The castle? I mean, that's always the case with unique units. Alright, Nikov's coming in with the forward stable. We see a lot of forwarding on this map. Why do I even know that on the spot? I know a lot about AoE too. And I like the game a lot. What can I say? I'm a nerd. No, I think that the maps and having random map scripting is one of the biggest strengths of AoE. Like I said, I followed StarCraft for years and years and years, and you had different maps. And you had map makers in StarCraft, but a lot of the maps felt pretty samey. Alright, range coming in here as well. Nikov going aggro. He sees the slower uptime from Tato. Oh, look at this, guys. Tato already, I mean, look how pretty this is, having the dock on the island here. Very picturesque. But the scoots have arrived! Into the game? Yes. I think that having that as an option where you don't overwhelm the player with information, like especially casual players who don't need to know all that stuff, but still have that as available to people who need to know that stuff, who are trying to improve or learn the game. I like that a lot. UMS? What's UMS? Alright, Nikov is ahead by a couple vills. He does have one more fishing ship. But Tato, with his couple galleys here, is in... I guess he's going to be in a pretty good spot to try and harass those. And Tato does have a spearman over here, but that's going to be another dead villager of Tato's. But Tato doesn't have an archery range. He's trying to go for the double dot galleys, and he seems like he was just caught off guard by Nikov's aggression. Or, oh, I just know them as custom maps. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does seem like aggression is king here. And Tato does have his Korean skirmishers on the way, at least. But this is a messy spot economically for Tato, and Nikov is ahead by around 400 plus resources. Got a fire galley coming out, but 4 galleys do beat 1 fire galley, thankfully. That would be pretty stupid if they didn't. Oh, I mean, Tato's trying to forage, man. All he wants to do is forage in the forest for mushrooms. And yet, oh no. On Not Nomad? It is kind of weird like that, but people go forward here when they don't go forward on Not Nomad. Also, you're generally much further away from your wood lines and whatnot here than you are on Not Nomad, where your TCs are right next to a wood line. I mean, Tato can kill the fishing ships, but he needs to do so pronto status because Nikov is wrecking him at home. He's ahead by 6 villagers. Tato also accruing some more idle time, and Beastkov is decided to play today, guys. It's like, sometimes Nikov shows up and he looks like a top 5 player and can, like, absolutely compete with the very best players, and then sometimes it's, well, Nikov! But right now, this is the very good version of Nikov. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love this fish moving in the middle pond. You know that Tato has no presence here. Well, maybe this man should be a bit more chivalrous and help out the woman who's being attacked by a crocodile. Accurate description? It is indeed. I like Nikov, though. He's a fun player to watch when he's playing well. It feels like Nikov has been getting quite good again. Castle Age coming in for him. I mean, look at that. Is Tato just dead, guys? I mean, there are times when Tato gets too cutesy. And I'm just not sure that, you know, a minute 45 seconds later up to Feudal Age, he got forwarded. I just don't think Tato saw this coming. It's actually Seychelles. It's a country in the Indian Ocean. I think it's considered African. I actually don't know why Seychelles is African and not Asian. I guess it's closer to Africa than Asia. Because you couldn't beat it? Oh no. Yeah, I mean, this is just looking so brutal here for Tato. Tectonic plates? Yeah, maybe. And culture? Yeah, I mean, I just don't know enough about who first settled there, because I know there are several islands in that section of the Indian Ocean that were not really settled by anybody until fairly recently. Colonized by the French. I think you need to censor that, McNeely. I think it's, I think you need to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna get censored. As Madagascar? I don't know. Anyway, guys, Siege Workshop coming in, Bodkin, Crossbow, War Galley. I mean, this has just been absolutely brutal. 9/11 USA. Real Republic. Night tag. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Freedom fries. Oh my god. It's funny how America absolutely loves France and the French until, like, you know, the French decide to not back something that America does, and they're like, we hate the French. It's not like they're basically our oldest allies. Offshore banking accounts? Oh, you betcha. But everyone, that's true. But I feel like we do still have a special relationship with the UK. And even if the Brits don't back us in something, it seems like I don't think we've been going full anti-UK since the turn of the 20th century. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. And on the Iraq War? Yeah, that was the case. Because the French believed that there was not sufficient evidence of weapons of mass destruction. Which, guess what? Oh? I mean, guys, Tato is just so far behind. Look at this difference in resources for Nikov. He's 1 TC, yeah, but he still has 7 fishing ships going to 6. Hello, Manika. And now the Mangonel's gonna start eating the TC. Oh, boy. This is rough for Tato, guys. I mean, he is on the precipice of going down 0-2 here pretty darn fast. Mangonel number 3 about to be out. Oh, yeah, the whole Suez. Yeah, that one. You guys did not listen? That's true. Alright, Castle Age is in, and now Tato does have a bunch of guard towers. So that's going to make it very difficult for these Mangonels to push. Tato is also getting Crossbowmen and Bodkin, and he is going to be at Nikov's base here, and honestly, those quick walls might actually do just enough here. Yeah, you're going to lose the Vil, but that might save even more villagers from dying. And Nikov is having to flee here. Tato is not a 0 TC gamer for long. Alright, he's fighting. Got War Galley in here. Oh my god, please. Not more Scav Archers! They're cheap. They still cost 60 gold. It's still kind of expensive. World War II? Yep, something like that. Yugoslav Wars. You're on the right side there. So that gets us to the 90s. Korea, I would argue personally that both sides were not in the right in Korea. Alright, Tato is his first rocket card out. I mean, Nikov is still demolishing most of Tato's base. The population is still heavily in favor of our red player. It is 3 TCs versus soon to be 2. And did the heavy lifting? In the Western Theater, yes. In the Pacific, that was actually mostly America. Not exclusively, for sure, as the Aussies and Kiwis and British all helped out as well, but the Pacific was mostly America. Anyway, Nikov, honestly, just really, really good play. Not as much as the British, but yes. Anyway, again, very good play there from Nikov. Tato's going to need to step it up, honestly. Game number 1, Nikov catches Tato a little bit awkward, flat-footed, with Nikov having a better Castle Age time. Game number 2, Nikov with the better feudal age time and is able to apply pressure there. And that is the Italians winning over the Koreans. Similar draft priority. Was the Chinese? Well, yeah, that's true. Let's see here. Arsenal of democracy. Here, let me show you guys Seychelles. It is very pretty. Look how pretty this is. It's so pretty. He's chat something like that. Okay, we're gonna go to Chicken Arabia next. Ooh, this could be an interesting one, guys. Oh. Understands? You'll see. You'll see. All right, guys, look at this. Nope, only chickens. Only chickens. All right, guys, Nikov gonna be here in the red. Whoa, very close rush distance. He's gonna be playing as the Jurchens to the west of the map and to the east with a very close rush distance. It's gonna be Tato as the Khmer. Interesting. Oh, I do like that you can build a house here as Khmer and then hop into it if you're getting harassed. Lame time? I think Tato might have taken one turkey. Anyway, Nikov doing his concentric circles. Tato... Okay, it seems like he might not... Maybe he inadvertently lamed his opponent because he seems to not quite know where they are. I do love Jurchens, man. Jurchens are so much fun, man. Oh, did he take over the turkey? Maybe he did. I love playing them. Yeah, I don't even know or really care how good they are. They're just fun. I don't know how you can have a civ that has thunderclap bombs and not be fun. Or I'm sorry, thunderclap bombs. Anyway, Khmer, in my opinion, probably a top 3 or 4 Arabia civ, I'd say. Just such a solid eco, decent enough tech tree. The house defense early on is quite nice. Most of their bonuses? Yeah, sure. Nothing wrong with that. As Jurchens, yeah, that does sound pretty fun. Spanish are another civ that just have a ton of fun units to play with. Alright. 18 pop with Loom up here for both players. Look at that lack of decay there. Not against, yeah. Gun are fun. Maybe it's just because gunpowder units are fun, yeah. Oh, I have a corgi next to me. Top tier civs, yeah, that's kind of the issue. That said, if they do get to late game, Jurchen rocket carts, iron pagodas, grenadiers, and of course you do have bombard cannons. Jurchens also have very good keeps. They are a very good late game BF civ. Anyway, that's kind of an interesting barracks location. I guess he just wants to wall like this. Like so. Tato running over with his scout here. Nikov's is coming back home, though. Shy away from gunpowder. Well, it is sort of the end of the AoE2 time frame. Is that transition over to starting to use gunpowder? Like, I mean, Koreans are also a really fun civ in my mind. Versus Hussar, yeah, Jurchens, you still have Halb and Fire Lancer to protect siege against cavalry raids if that's something that you're struggling against. Nope, just scouts here from each player. These are certainly two civs that want to go scouts whenever they can. And of course, Nikov is going to have the better scouts in a straight-up fight. Why is he ahead in resources so much compared to Tato? Kind of weird. Ballista elephants. Yeah. Okay. If you're struggling, I mean, ballista elephants are going to be kind of annoying to deal with. I mean, your thunderclap bombs, rocket carts are very good there, but if you're struggling to keep them alive, yeah, that's kind of just a micro battle. All right, scouts coming on in, but it's going to be a little bit tough for Tato to take these fights, as the faster attack speed of Jurchens is not a weak bonus. Archery range coming in here for Tato, so he is going to be the first person to make that transition over. I do think it's interesting that Nikov didn't bother adding in any spearmen. Normally, if you go scouts versus Khmer, and the Khmer also open scouts, you add in the spearmen just to get that advantage in a straight-up fight. Make your built-in stirrups, basically. It does make their hussars kind of similar to the Bulgarian ones, which, like, in terms of design space, is a little ugly. At the same time, Bulgarians don't have step lancers, and then Jurchens do, and then Jurchens also like don't really get the benefit from the Iron Pagoda. It's with the Jurchen bonus that the Iron Pagoda just has the regular attack speed of a Cav unique unit. Well, just some scouts running around. Nothing's actually been killed so far, but I'm kind of surprised Tato's still behind a little bit in terms of resources. There's the first spearman. Oh, it does get a poke. Tato's still developing a better army, though, as he is getting that archer component to it. Though it does kind of feel like Nikov needs to do something. Okay, there's his archery range. But is that a little too late? I mean, Tato's about to be on 4 archers already. I didn't think the Jurchen Eco bonus should be that good. I mean, again, in my testing, Jurchens ended up like 115 resources-ish ahead in terms of extra food that you get, but that doesn't mean like you just have those extra resources, because Tato is just going to be taking other resources at the same time, so it should be less than that. And Chimera Eco should be really, really good. And Tato is catching up, so I guess it's maybe not a big deal after all. Anyway, 7 scouts to 6, with the 7th one on the way, though, for Tato. And with this very close rush distance, I do think Nikov needs to be quite careful. I do like that he is getting himself walled up, but Tato kind of has the bare minimum of walls that you need in this sort of situation. Full game work efficiency? Nope, not until the very end. Hello, MG Light. Yes, Nikov is up 2-0, and he is playing very, very well. Tato's not playing poorly. I mean, this is just a good high-level series. But Nikov has certainly been getting the better of Tato right now. Walls are a little too late. Did think Nikov was perhaps not defending enough. Spearman gets sniped easily over there. We have Fletching in, remember. And oh no. This is what I was saying, guys. I just was not sold on this. Any of the players who lose today would be one of the favorites in the second qualifier. Tower was too slow, walls were too slow. Now, it is only one Deadville, but look at this eco lead Tato's getting up behind this. That said, Nikov is trying his best to take a good fight here. Bloodlines is not in until now. Yeah, it's still probably it. Wow. This is a big Sag game for Nikov. Oh, no. Nikov! Nikov. I mean, he just made his archer transition too slow, and he didn't wall enough. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, guys. Tato's cruising. Yes, the Vil count is even, but Tato is already ahead by almost 1,000 resources. Was never gonna work. I mean, maybe he was trying to... I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he thought that Tato was going skirmishers, but he saw the gold miners, so I'm not really sure. Wheelbarrow also coming in here for Tato. Yeah, I mean, Tato's way ahead in military score. I mean, Nikov only has a few scouts. They have +1 defense, I think. Archers with armor, but the armor was too slow. Didn't have the armor. And then Tato also had scouts with good upgrades. All around, the very definition of not enough. Yeah, I think Nikov just didn't respect how quick the rush distance was on this map as well. We just happened to be a very aggressive Arabia generation, and Tato doing a much better job of adapting to that and exploiting it. And that is correct, Nika. Anyway, this is going to be a Castle Age GG if it doesn't come in before. And, bit of a rough one for Nikov, honestly. Now, he did have to reverse sweep Lewis to get here. But then looked very strong in, I think, his 3rd round set. So, I mean, Nikov actually does have the mental fortitude to come back if he's down. At the same time, it feels like in individual games, he can get kind of tilted. Yeah, I mean, that's... 3-0ing Siscon is not unimpressive. I mean, Siscon, if he's not a top 20 player already, I think is getting really close to it. Anyway, game should be winding down here pretty soon. Unfortunate, because I feel like this could be a really interesting Arabia matchup if it goes long, but, well, sometimes this happens, and Tato, again, reading the map a lot better, getting those archers down really fast, and then just immediately punishing Nikov. Tato way too safe here. Bills can garrison in houses as needed. Yeah, don't think that's gonna matter. It's another kill. I mean, Nikov's trying. I just don't see it at all. I mean, he does have a big Vil lead, but he's still way behind in resources due to the lack of efficiency. I mean, Tato having Wheelbarrow on top of being Khmer, on top of having all of that idle, inefficient eco from his opponent. Yet he's not giving up, man. He's getting forging, he's queuing up more units. I just don't... I guess the scores are kind of close. It's not like Nikov has good eco upgrades. Yeah. 11% less efficient in economy for Nikov that game. That is rough, man. And it really just came down to the fight right here. You can see that it only happened just as the fight had already ended. And maybe that fight would have made a difference, but... unfortunate for Nikov there. But sometimes you make just a critical mistake. It happens. So hopefully mentally Nikov can just rebound from that. That said, that was Tato's number 2 Civ pick versus Nikov's second to last pick, so... Draft-wise, it's not that big of a loss, although it is Nikov's number 1 home map, but it's also Arabia, which never really feels like a home map for anybody. Oh, now we're going to the good map. The bestest map. That's a maybe. It does say LingYuan Cup. Beast She? I wish Beast She was in the pool, man. Hello, Mr. Corgi. Oh, big Corgi stretch. All right. Got the Battle of the Bay of Bengal here. Ornlu's a massive boomer. How old's Dash? Dash is 7. Nikov's on team wide receivers. Chat, oh no. Thank you for the 34 months, Dirty Squirrel.
Help, I'm trapped in this chat and I can't escape. Call the police, Kappa.
Rip. All right, guys. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in on this lovely, lovely Sunday. It is Snowy Arena, and we will have Nikov. Lost the last one. A little bit of a bloopsie. But is still playing overall very well. But not to be outdone here, it is Tato in the blue as the chicken funnels. All right, guys. East side, west side, Bengal, or I guess kind of north side. I guess Dravidians are west side. By funnel ability.
Hi.
Who you taking? Who you taking? Diagonal funnel, yep. That's how you do it.
Hey.
Oh, Nikov, another filthy chicken funneler. Prefer Tato? I do as well. That said, this is an absolute clown civ matchup, and I want to see some monkers. All right, chat, tell me, how many conversions are we seeing this game? Total conversions between the two players. Cheap atonement's real good, in fact. Because both players should be full clowning here. I think that's probably the correct way. It's a kill there. Less than 123. We will have to see. Now, do I like Burmese or Bengalis much more in a full monk war? I still think I might like Burmese a little bit more, just because you have so many savings with all the monk attacks. That said, Bengalis are also super good because they have that strong eco. They're monks. Even if like the extra armor doesn't help you in monk wars, as soon as you introduce light cav into the mix, it's going to be really nice for the Bengalis. Yes, the chicken funnel is very silly. Look at him go! Look at him go! Rip the chicken funnel. Yes, it is marginally resource efficient and time efficient to use the funnel. No commission money down? Yeah, basically. Yeah, it is. There is a reason that everyone's doing it. It is because it's better. Not by much. If you don't want a chicken funnel on ladder and don't bother with it, if you're not 2k7, it does not matter. And also, if you're 2k7, it probably doesn't matter either. Anyway, 24 pop up for Tato, 22 pop up here for Nikov. Oh boy, this should be some peak clowning, guys. That said, what I do like about this draft-wise from Nikov is that Bengalis are the third pick from Tato. So Nikov, I think, at the end is just sneaking in Burmese, thinking that, okay, I can play Burmese versus Bengalis and have a really good shot at him in a full clown war. And not really have to, you know, quote, waste any of the higher draft picks. Is this live? Yes, it is. Well, a 2-minute spec delay, but yes, other than that, live. Market and Blacksmith are coming in. And especially with stone being sold, note that Nikov has no vills on gold, right? So it's all everyone on food. I don't delete your TC when I try to loot the funnel. Yeah. Monopore Cavalry. I don't think we're getting to Monopore Cavalry. I don't think we're getting into things that are not monks or trebs. Anyway, Really good build here from Nikov. Only 1 second idle TC time, going up on 22. That is very well done, and of course, Burmese. Although the eco is better for Bengalis with the extra villagers, it's not like Burmese don't have anything going for them with the free lumber camp upgrades. Hey! Oh, Nikov, there you go. Oh, this is interesting. Ballista elephants, onagers, siege onagers, bombard cannons. They hard counter them. Well, at least the next best thing to hard counter them. Outpost stone? Perhaps.
Okay.
But guys, look at this Castle Age timing difference. I like the build better for Nikov.
Hi.
That said, I think Tato might have an idea of what his opponent is doing. And if Tato's idea or thought process here is, okay, Nikov's playing Burmese, he's probably going to go for a super aggressive monk build. If I just go for a more defensive monk build, I'll have a way better economy, especially as Bengalis. And I can just go defensive double monastery monks and be totally fine. I think that isn't a bad way of approaching the matchup in this situation because Bengalis are just not as aggressive in a monk war potential as Burmese, who have so many front-loaded savings between the free wood upgrades and, of course, most importantly, the way cheaper monastery tax. Tower Rush? We actually very, very rarely see both players try and Tower Rush. Because usually the Tower Rush is in response to a specific Civ matchup. It should be 3 monasteries, yeah. But it needs to be, 2 monasteries, Siege Workshop, then 3rd monastery. Way cheaper? No, not in this game. We must save the way puns for when the way are played. On lookout. Also, look at how Nikov's building this. He can create a little happy pen for the monks quite easily. No, Tower Rushing is actually just good with a ton of civs. Anyway, yeah, again, Tato should be double monastery right here. And 1 banana? Give me a 2nd banana! There we go. Is with war elephants? Well, I mean, war elephants should also work, to be fair. Oh, battle elephants? Battle elephants might be a bit more iffy. Nicely done there for Tato, getting the first monk. First couple monks. Ram is out. And now it should be the siege work. Oh, he's actually going for monastery number 3 faster than his opponent. Alrighty, guys.
Okay.
Atonement not in yet, as Nikov doesn't know for sure about the enemy monk. Oh, no, never mind. It's like, you have to predict your opponent's going monks, right? No dice there. There's monastery number 3 coming in for Nikov. This is what I was talking about, guys. Burmese are getting so many savings. Tato can't afford sanctity. He can't afford atonement. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I thought he just couldn't afford atonement. All right. I don't know why the ram isn't just coming forward here. A little weird. I told you that's how this matchup goes. Tato exactly 4 vills ahead because of his Bengali bonus, but Nikov has done a great job of picking up all the relics, so he'll have 5 relics at around the 15-minute mark. Why the ram? Because you can't convert a ram with redemption, and the rams are best at destroying buildings. You need sanctity in the monk war? You need it for the scout cavalry. Devotion coming in nice and early here for Tato. That is not something Nikov has picked up yet, although it is queued up after that monk. Yeah. Now, Tato does have a siege workshop, and, Oh, Nikov scooch on back. It is devotion versus no devotion right now. And Tato still has vision. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nikov can't try and go for the conversions here. Oh, but is Tato going too far? Oh, voulez-le, voulez-le, voulez-le. Oh, another monk is converted. Does get mangonelled. Scout goes down, but not after killing another monk. Redemption coming in for Tato, but he is just running out of units real fast. It's at 9 monks for Nikov. He still has his ram alive. The villager, there's at least one. No, both are still alive. Or no, maybe he sent one home. Oh, no, it's right there. I'm telling you guys, this is good for Burmese. It looks really awkward for Tato right now. Now, he will have redemption in just a moment. He has the mangonel on the way. Nikov has not picked up redemption himself, I believe. No, he is not. FC defensive castle. If you go FC defensive castle, then what your opponent does is they just click up to imp faster. Yes, I mean, Nikov's macro has been very good. Honestly, Tato's has been too, all things considered. But Nikov is at least able to keep relatively even in resources at the moment. Ooh, that was a little bit of the S word, guys. Ram should be repaired there. Monastery number 4. Next plays Eco. Fine, MB. Look at this. Look at this Eco. It actually is quite efficiently set up here for Nikov, to be fair.
Hi. Adish.
Hi.
Tati's Eco.
Hey.
All right, guys. Redemption's going to be in just a moment. Oh, boy. Peak Age of Empires is happening. Oh, the Ram is going after the monks. Oh, guys. Tato should have nowhere near enough monks to deal with this. He looks super dead. He looks like super dead right now. In honor of our guest. Voulez-le, voulez-le.
Okay.
Oh, the GGG coming out. 33 monks to 18. There are actually only 18 total conversions, but it was just Nikov outproducing the monks by a significant margin. Look at that difference in gold collected. Of course, 1,000 of that was even the relic gold. It was the triple G domination. But I mean, 15 more monks made is very significant. And Nikov just with way too many units there. And he is going to be 1 game away from knocking Tato out. And, I mean, he absolutely fumbled game number 3. No questions asked. All of the other games, Nikov has played very well. He's clearly very prepared. Like I said, I really, like, from a draft perspective, like the approach here from Nikov, where, like, you see your opponent going Bengalis at pick 3, and you can probably guess they're being played on Arena, especially because we don't have not Nomad, or even Khmer, where it feels like those would be sort of the other Bengali maps. So you can then just go for Burmese at your last pick and still have a reasonably good matchup at that point. Join the lobby. Nikov is going hard. It's great to see. Although I hope Tato can bring us back. I mean, all these series today are going to be really good. Mr. Dog. Oh, that was a single woof. And then we had to get up, have a big stretch, and then lie down around a foot away. Do 10 like have, not just destroy that? You're playing to your Civ strengths more if you're going for monks. Is the thing. So the first person there who goes for light cav is actually kind of in a worse spot. And you often aren't going to get enough light cav out to deal with that many monks. Lewis Nikov, I didn't cast that set. Apparently, Nikov did reverse sweep Lewis, though. Oh, being a corgi is very difficult. Milk falls over, indeed. Oh, kind of an interesting Civ matchup here. We'll get into it in 1 minute and 41 seconds. The corgi is paying close attention to what's going on outside. Yeah, you don't have... Remember that it's... Gold is way faster to collect in early game than food is. Because you need to go for... Have the vills on wood, so that you can afford to build the farms that actually get you the food. Whereas gold, you just collect the gold. It also collects at a quick rate. So it's way faster to get monks out in large numbers than it is to get light cav out. Now, if you're thinking about things from an Arabia perspective, chances are by the time you click up to Castle Age, you'll probably have between 15 to 20 farms already. So that actually does enable you, as soon as you hit Castle Age, to get good scout numbers out if you know your opponent's going monks. Which isn't super common, but it's still something... Like, the difference in eco setup by the time you hit Castle Age, I think, really does play a role in what you're able to do. Because in an FCN arena, I mean, you're anywhere between 4 to 8 farms when you hit Castle Age. Hello, Mr. Yes. Ten seconds. And again, I am grateful. I think people have been enjoying the qualifiers. He's been playing the last 2 weeks. Well, there is another qualifier, but you would expect Tato to go through in the first qualifier, for sure. Again, like, I would say Tato's a slight favorite in this series. I'd put Tato in the 5 through 6 range, and then Nikov in the sort of 7 through 12 range. With the caveat, of course, that it's still, you know, on any day, any of these players can win. Oh, I just realized these are the this version of Bedouins has 300 food on the shorefish, as opposed to the 200 food that they normally have. So I can fish a little longer, I guess. Alrighty. Anyway, tournament life on the line, at least for this qualifier. It will be Tato in the blue as the Gurjaras here to the west of Bedouins. And to the southeast, 1 game away from China. The distance between Nikov and China can be measured by 1 game. That is the unit. That is the official SI measurement. Yeah, Gurjaras in the year of our Lord and Savior Doubt, 2025. 77? That does feel a bit much, McNeely. Like I said, I would give Tato like a 7-point edge in a series, best of 7 versus Nikov. Yeah, that does feel too good. So yeah, Gurjaras are kind of interesting. This isn't a map where you typically really ever worry about men-at-arms, so from that perspective, Gurjaras can still be quite solid. Get the good early game food income. Gurjaras are fine. However, I don't know if a Civ that is fine is going to be good enough to deal with the overwhelming eco of Romans, who can just vomit out so many units like they were at the vomitorium. That I think it could be kind of tricky. That said, Campbells can be a good option if Nikov wants to be going for knights. At the same time, Roman knight plus pikeman play is going to be tough for Gurjaras to deal with, but that does require mixing in several different units there. It's a workable matchup for Gurjaras, but the thing with Romans is that they're much more straightforward to play, which actually does matter even at high levels. Which civ has the best of villagers? I don't know what you mean by the best of villagers. Spanish have the best villagers with supremacy. And will I be playing the AOM expansion? Honestly, probably not. I mean, I might play it just to play it. But there was very little interest in the last AOM expansion. I think people didn't realize that most of the interest in AOM was just the Arcantos campaign. And then after that, people thought that the game didn't really have that much to offer. Theoretically beat Spanish villagers? Eventually, if you wait around long enough. That's true. Need to dance around? Well, Gujaras always need to dance around with their unit counters. It's just kind of how the Civ works. Anyway, both players are on the Rift of Feudal Age. I should flip the scoreboard positions.
Salve.
I do like that Nikov is starting to wall over here to the southwest. Gonna give himself a bit more space to work with. With Polvilles, that sounds like a very fun time. Tato, no barracks. Oh. Tato, no barracks. Immediately puts down a barracks. I feel like that happens way too often when I cast. But again, I guess that's just because I'm thinking about, okay, what I would do in the player's situation, what theoretically would be the best move. And I just happened to say it like a second too soon. Alright, double bit axe immediately on the way. The barracks is like a touch late, but it probably isn't. I say it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Nikov already has a stable out. Yeah, that's some very nice scouting. Definitely better scouting than Tato. If you look at the actual percentages, that's what, a 16% difference? So Tato, not the goat of goat scouting this game. Will I play the Alexander Chronicles? Yes. Because people did enjoy that one. Also, again, based off of zero insider knowledge, I swear, I do not think we will ever see another single-player only AoE 2 expansion. I think every single expansion now will have multiplayer content for ranked. I think that Microsoft, World's Edge, whatever, has determined that it is not as economically viable to make a single-player only DLC as DLCs that have multiplayer in them.
Prontus.
I mean, lots of scouts out. But Tato at least has 3 spearmen to help keep his villagers safe. Yeah, Nico has a lot of goats, man. But his scouting has been very good, and he's been actually using his scout cavalry to run around and pick up the goats, which is nice. Do multiplayer? I mean, again, I don't know the numbers behind all of it, but I think that might be their calculation. Anyway, blacksmith coming in. Archer's on the way. I mean, if it gets to like an extended feudal age, then maybe you can start mixing in some camel scouts, but I mean, I would wait till next patch to do that. I mean, next patch, that could be really, really good, but obviously that's not like a thing yet. Did Tato get town watch? No. Why is he like a Ville behind? You just have a slower start? Was I not paying attention? I'm pretty bad at paying attention, to be fair. Alright, fletching coming in here for Tato, and of course the way that Nikov lost game number 3 was just, he played a little too greedy, wasn't quite prepared for Tato to just walk across the map and kill him in Feudal Age, so Nikov, learning at least a little bit from his mistakes, he is now full-walled in the corner of the map. The Tato still does have a larger army, but that is 6 spearmen. A lot of spearmen. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there just aren't going to be many content creators who cover or really care about a DLC if it doesn't have ranked multiplayer content. Of a multiplayer civ, I think that's extremely likely. I am ready for the Macedonians to be a multiplayer civ. Alright, Loom actually just now coming in, but I guess the Vils have been safe, so good there from Nikov. Now, I will say, Tato's eco has been very, very good so far. As Romans are typically going to be decently ahead. Wait, where did Tato get a Vil kill? Oh, looks like they're able to shoot over the wall there, so nicely done there from Tato. And here is the first big fight of the game. Spearman getting poked down by the archers of Nikov. They do have fletching, and that is a very nice mop-up from Nikov. Good micro, better army composition, and that's just how you do it. Portugal, the same way you do with Romans. It's just, you know, slightly more egregious. Nice kill there. I mean, again, Nikov has forging. He's got fletching. These units deal a lot of damage. Tato now on the back foot. He's wanting to get up to Castle Age. He has sold all of his stone, so he can't get a tower. And that could make defending this wood line very tricky, as it's, well, it's kind of a distance between this wood line and the TC. It still needs an expansion as Warcraft. Well, I mean, that's just a completely different company, and I don't know anything about what Blizzard does. All right, so Nikov still making archers. He's got these two ranges here.
Salve.
And look at this, guys. Looks like Nikov is actually going to be even faster up to Castle Age, so good fights. Able to get a better Castle Age time than his counterpart. Although Tato's macro is still quite solid, keeping up with the Romans, the actual just army fighting has been a lot better here for Red. Basically AoE 1 sips. To be fair, AoE 1 is mostly the Bronze into the Iron Age, which is also before the AoE 2, which makes Huns and then Romans and Goths, whatnot, actually after the AoE 1 time frame for the most part. I mean, Goths especially absolutely existed into the Middle Ages. Huns didn't, except in some parts of the world, but that's not what the AoE Huns are really based off of. Anyway, that is even more good fights for Nikov here. Gunpowder units, it's called game balance. This still feels really bad for Tato. So many Vils walking back and forth, derping around. Oh no.
Namaste.
Salve. Impera.
I mean, where is Tato going in this game? He's got a lot of Vils stuck chopping wood right now. You're now going to be going skirms. Like, playing just skirm in Castle Age feels so lousy here. That said, Tato is catching back up in the actual fighting. Getting some nice kills there onto the archers. Crossbow and Bodkin coming in for Nikov. He's also grabbing a university. And gonna look to keep up with the pressure, but now Tato able to start sniping even more archers. So, Gurjara's lost. Well, didn't Gurjara's win, like, the last time I saw them? The DLC's been out for a long time. They just, for some reason, never finished updating the Genghis Khan campaign. Alright, Scorpion is on its way. Ballistics coming out now for Nikov. Tato has got the university, but Eco's also a bit of a mess. Well, to be fair, I think the person who won with Gujaras won with skirmishers and bombard cannons. And maybe a few camels. Yeah, it's the gold income that's been so rough because that's what Tato's been wanting to make. And he is in a situation where your Gujaras, you have a worse eco than your opponent and you're stuck making generic units. If both players are making mostly generic units, then it's just the guy who's in the better spot economically is ahead, which in this case should be Nikov. He's Romans, he's had a less disrupted economy, less idle TC time. All of those things are going to combine, and that's going to be giving Nikov the slight lead he does. But, of course, better micro and the ability to take better fights can topple that on its head. And that is as good a fight as you could ask for Tato. Revamsha Rider coming out, Mangonel coming out, and this is looking better for Tato now. Does get the one Scorpion for the road, I guess, but Tato now double the army. Dead Scorp, Ballistics coming in for him. Another dead Scorp for Nikov. Mangonel is on its way. Triple range crossbowman is kind of weird for Romans, but I guess Nikov just doesn't want to open up even the possibility for camels to come in. Yeah, Nikov could build a second TC if he wants. Both players sold stone to get to Castle Age, remember, so they were kind of stuck on one TC for a little while. Ballistics in for both, and Archers working within the minimum range of that Mangonel. Oh, the drive-by shot right there from Nikov is successful, but he loses a lot of Archers in the process. Now some Shravamsha Riders are coming in. Good micro now from Tato, and oh, gotta be careful. Hail Burning Armor coming in, and it does feel like you need to have something else here as Nikov. Okay, there's the second TC at the back. But Tato has been doing a better job here in these fights. He is slightly ahead in the resources destroyed, although Nikov's still ahead in terms of eco. Not the boar! No! What did that piggy ever do to you, man? What a jerk. Monastery coming in now for Nikov. Tato very much still on the 1 TC. He's on 2 ranges, 1 stable, and then the Siege Workshop. Got Wheelbarrow coming in from Tato, though. That patch isn't live yet. Picking Gurjaras and sniping the huntable animals, it's like Tato is playing on the next patch. Alright, Nikov looking to push back across the map. He's got a few knights here, which can help with both Shrivamsha Riders and enemy siege units, as there are no monks with which to protect them. Well, it's going to be another couple of kills. Not bad, not bad. 1,000 resources. It actually wouldn't change anything. I mean, it would just make the game much faster and remove a lot of strategies. You just go FC every game. Alright, 900 now, 1,000 resources ahead for Nikov, but he isn't really able to push. And you got these units trying to go after the buildings on the side. Scores are still quite close. Remember, guys, this is Tato's tournament life on the line right here. Yeah, Shrivamsha Riders are really not that great. Which is good, because the unit's really annoying. But also kind of sad if you're a Gujaras player. Alright, there's the second TC from Tato now coming in. Overall KD is even. You can even repair the Mangonel there easily. And are these units going to be here in time? Answering somebody on YouTube. Romful. I have 2 chats open. boy. The households! And now Nikov able to come in with his reinforcements, and that is a nice fight for him. Third TC actually coming in now for both players at the same time, but again, Nikov 13 villas ahead, although he does not have the wheelbarrow upgrade. I mean, again, the overall KD is still even, so it's not like it's that bad for Tato, but Tato's, like, big advantage in this game was he was doing better in the resources destroyed, like he was taking more efficient fights. Now he doesn't really have that, and it feels like Nikov is just at least slightly ahead in most aspects of this game. Relevant for once? I mean, I answer questions and comments from YouTube chat whenever they pop up. It's just, there aren't usually that many comments or questions. And 1200 res behind. Well, part of that is Romans being Romans. Oh, gotta be careful. It gets a glancing hit right there on the Mangonel. It's still all down to the unit control, but you can just see Nikov really starting to power ahead in army. And like I said at the beginning of the game, the thing with Gurjaras is that they're fine, but Romans just... That 5% eco boost is so powerful. You just get so many units on the field. Comments on the YouTube section? I think it does, although it's kind of complicated to set up. Do a multi-stream. And I wasn't sure, and I'm still not sure if this is something I want to do long-term. I'm still in the testing it out phase of doing YouTube streaming. YouTube gang taken over. Oh no. Alright. At the very least, Tato isn't dying. And there's always something to be said for that. And it's not like he's going to be super far behind Imp, at least as of yet. But I struggle to see where Tato is going in this game. Again, both players are making more or less generic units, but Nikov has the better eco. Oh, nice micro there. Yeah, Tato needs, in fact, far better Mangonel hits than that, although Mangonel's about to pop up. That's a lot of archers all clumped up right next to the siege workshop. That is a bold move. And Tato takes a bit of a better fight there. Okay, it's actually going to be going after the enemy Mangonels, but that doesn't quite work out. It's just going to get a 1-for-1, I think. Yeah. And Tato hangs in. Looks like there was a little bit of a Shrevamsha raid, and Tato did get a couple more kills. It's like Tato's taking just good enough fights to hang in there, but I still am looking for that next step. Now, that next step could be a castle drop, and gotta be careful. Again, good micro from Tato, I guess. I don't think Tato has thumb ring yet. He does not. It's good for viewers to avoid ads. It's just a matter of, like, is it something I want to bother setting up every single stream and doing extra thumbnails for if I get no significant revenue from it or no real growth from it? But I don't know yet. It's still something that is in the early stages. I mean, yeah, this is not something either player wants to invest into in the long run, but right now, they're not so much about making unit transitions as they are trying to make sure they are able to constantly try and attack their opponent. Where is Tato going to build that castle? Not having Horsecollar, not having Bowsaw? Generally speaking, Bowsaw is more important than Horsecollar, but it can kind of depend if how many farms you're adding in. Like, Tato doesn't actually have that many farms, so not having Horsecollar is even less of a big deal. Whereas Nikov has a lot of farms, so you kind of want him to have Horsecollar. Camels? Yeah, we got some camels here. Oh yeah, it's Nikov, man. He's a boomer. More eco upgrades coming in for Nikov. I get Tattoo with 1,000 stone. It always triggers me when pros have so much stone and it just drop castles as soon as they get the 650 stone. All right, Tattoo's going to try and make this work, guys. He's 2,000 resources behind. The army quality is at least similar-ish. But unless Tattoo does something soon, he's going to be a lot slower to imp. In what way are camels better at sniping mangonels than Shivamshas are? Going up, Tattoo's got his army here. Nikov actually getting all the eco upgrades. Even getting gold shaft mining before Bowsaw. But yeah, gold is there for Nikov. There shouldn't really be any left down to the south, and there is not. So, is this Nikov's only gold? Oh, no, sorry, he's getting one right there, but that's going to get denied. Go imp? Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. I think Nikov might just be too far ahead in eco. And indeed, Nikov clicks up to imp. Now, he will need to make some sort of unit transition because Romans only get ring archer armor for their crossbowmen and imp. But it's not enough. Yeah, it just feels like Nikov is continuing to power ahead in eco. Looks like he will be switching over into the pike line. I mean, you kind of want to go Halb Scorpion in a lot of situations as Romans and imp. It's either pikeman Scorpion or like masked cavalier. Under the castle. Wait, what is he doing? What? Oh my god. And another castle's coming in. Guys, I'm pretty sure imp is going to be denied. Oh my goodness. I mean, the castle does 30 damage a volley. Oh, no. Okay, well, it's a bit of a doubt castle from Tattoo. Nikov has 43 idols. Ellie Archers might be a good unit late game. They wouldn't be the worst unit in the world. Although they might struggle against Roman Scorpions. Guys. Oh, he cancels him! Oh, a bit of a doubt. Yeah, it's just a little bit of a doubt castle, guys. It was just a little bit. That was, in fact, really close there. And now Tattoo losing so many villagers in the process. So, on the one hand, Nikov's imp was denied, but on the other hand, so was this castle. And honestly, you can just go ahead and get Imperial Age again. And because the castle is denied, you buy time, you kill a bunch of vills of your opponent. Nikov ahead by 40 vills, guys, and he looks like he is ready to go on to China. One could say he's ready to go into China. The largest and most advanced empire in the world. Well, I mean, it's literally a 99.71 doubt castle. That is pretty feels bad, man. But honestly, guys, even if the castle goes up, Nikov's going to be in a way better spot to petard it down. Chainmail armor coming in. Geronters are going to be very, very bad against the Roman pikemen. They need to rely just on the crossbowmen for that. Oh no. I was just quoting the Genghis Khan campaign, man. Alright, couple of monks here. Tattoo trying to come in with another castle. But honestly, guys, Nikov has looked prepared. Yeah, he flubbed one game. It happens, especially against a good player like Tattoo. But other than that, Nikov has looked really, really strong in every single game. Just making sure he's getting those advantages, getting ahead, sort of your AoE 101. And yet, that's what you gotta do. He's had good strategies, he's had good execution. Again, other than that one, flub game, there really haven't been any major mistakes made in this series by Nikov. Absolutely getting the beast call today. Imp is coming in. Now you can go for the trebuchets. The forward castle's going to be in a terrible spot. Triple Ram queued up, interestingly. China? I mean, with how well Nikov is playing, he could do some work in China. Like Siege Ram? I mean, yeah, Romans do have Siege Rams. With Siege Engineers. Oh, the Centurion Raid! Oh, you guys are not ready for the Centurion Raid. What are you gonna do when the Centurions come for you? And GG, muy bien jugado, enhorabuena, pasala bien en China. So GG's, very well played. I don't know what this means other than in China. Good luck in China. GG's, I have bad maps. Enjoy China? Okay. Anyway, of course, Tato, as nice as always,
Namaste.
and very well done. And for somebody who really trains and prepares as hard as Nikov does, like, this does make me really, really happy for him, because you could definitely tell he was getting frustrated for a while at his lack of results. But, he still got it, man. Like, this is a very dangerous Nikov that's going to show up in China. And obviously sad for Tato, but he's going to play in the second qualifier, I'm sure. And it is going to be tough for whoever he's up against. Honestly, it's still an enjoyable series, though. Like, there are some very solid AoE, exactly what you'd expect from players at this level. Second qualify? Yeah. It's great to see Nikov make it to a LAN. I'm not sure, when was the last LAN he qualified for? Anyone remember? I think Jordan actually might be in qualifier 2 because MBL isn't playing. I think that's what Heavenly Chorus said. 2023? Yeah, it's a couple years ago. Get because of COVID? Ah. Unretired? Twice, I think. Alrighty, guys, but we have 2 more sets today, remember? And looks like ACCM Sebastian is going to be the next one, and then Hearttt Barles is the last one. This could be a really good one between ACCM and Sebastian. MBL not playing? I do not know. You will have to ask him. Oh, Sato's also not playing? Oh, unfortunate. And Uruguay. Now I need to update the board of scoring and the title of streaming. NAC5 flashbacks? Yeah, I remember that series pretty well. Right. Updated. Southern France. Oh, wow. What a terrible existence for him, man. And for everyone who wants to try, I agree. On the one hand, I like that. But on the other hand, we've also had pretty competitive settings for like most of the qualifiers in terms of like player matchups. But I do think that it is unfair to up-and-coming players. Sato, I think Sato is from the north of France, if I remember correctly. Right, let's bring up the maps. Looks like Fish and Fish game number 1 again. Again, this feels like a top 5 and 6 versus a top 7 through 12 matchup, so I still slightly favor ACCM, but this could be a really good one. We just saw Nikov beat Tato. Looking forward to it. Which ACSM? Who knows, man? Who knows? All I know is I do need a quick break, guys, so I will be right back. What's up? Right, so map draft is done. They have not started the Civ draft yet. Which means we have time. Can do our gritty. Has a unique tech affecting cavalry. Has access to a mounted unit without a rider. Has access to Hussar without bloodlines. Has access to HCA. Has Paladin. Have unique unit from the castle. I feel like this would be the most restrictive. What's up?
我在北京
What? Well, Persians would work here. Affecting cavalry? That is a good question. Yep. And has Paladin and a mounted unit without a rider. There's probably only like one civ for this. I think it's only European civs and humans have Paladin. I mean, yeah, sure, they work. I mean, most of the rest of these should be very easy to do. Unless Persians count as having paladins. Okay, yeah, Persians don't count as having paladins. I mean, they essentially do, but you know what I mean. Don't have riders? Elephants? The only ones I can think of. Yes, Lewis was close yet so far, but honestly, Nikov absolutely deserved the win today, so it's not like Lewis lost to some chump. Lost to the guy who qualified it. Ooh, yeah, the Hun horse. Yep. I think Huns are the only answer. Like I said, only European civs and humans, if you don't count them as European, have Paladin. Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, so Hussar without bloodlines and a unique tech affecting cavalry. Mounted trebuchet. That's going to be a mounted unit. Well, actually, Ketons work here as well. So Paladin and Hussar without bloodlines. Celts! Unique cav from Castle and Hussar without bloodlines. Burgundians work here. As Paladin and HCA. That can be the humans. And Cav unique unit and HCA. This can be Magyars. Yeah, I mean, the rest of those were all pretty easy. Yeah, Huns, yeah, like I thought, there would only be one correct answer there. Remember all this? Well, that's why it's fun. That fit the time period? Considering humans also cover the Kipchoks, I would say that they... Would I call them a priority civ over some others? Not necessarily. But do they fit conceptually in AoE2? Absolutely. Alright, how's the draft going? Okay, they're doing the civ draft. into our geo grid. Oh, guys, we can shop at Meyer for pure and a plus. Yes, the Cuban campaign was very unique. All right, guys, remember, we get points for the most obscure country possible. So the USA for this first one would be not what we're looking for. The rest of the year? I don't really know, to be honest. Where does NA end? The typical definition is that North America ends in Panama, with the Caribbean being part of North America. I don't think Bermuda... I think Bermuda has more than 3, yeah. Yep. St. Vincent and the Grenadines only has blue, yellow, green. When taken of... I have not. All right, so long coastline in North America. Bahamas. Yeah, decent enough. Big capital city. El Salvador? Haiti? Sounds like a oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm really bad at that. I've played at least like a version of it, but I'm good at guessing where it is. I'm really bad at guessing when it is. All right, name consists of multiple words and flag only has 3 colors. Burkina Faso is a good one. Good job. Doesn't the DRC only have blue and yellow? All right, so multiple words, long coastline. Big. How did I forget the big red stripe? Yes. Let's see. See, the thing with the tiny island nations is sometimes they don't have enough land to get a big enough coastline, but in this case, Marshall Islands does work. I was brain jamming in a box. Oh yeah, we can do contexto. All right, multiple words, big capital city, or multiple... There might not be... Like, the thing is, there aren't that many countries that have a big enough capital city. I don't think Auckland is big enough. I doubt Guinea-Bissau's capital's big enough. Yeah, but the thing is, the Congo is one of the most well-known countries. So we got the Ukraine. That is not the name of the country. It is just Ukraine. Member of the Commonwealth. Only 3. Ireland, right? Yeah, but Wellington's the capital of New Zealand, not Auckland. Auckland's just the biggest city. The DPRK, yes. Check my car? It was a joke. Oh, yeah. I know Ireland isn't in the Commonwealth. It was a joke. I know. It's called humor. Flag with only no. You actually have 5 colors on South Africa's flag. Kenya, I think, might have 4 colors. Yeah. Australia has 4, doesn't it? Has the red, white, and blue of the Union Jack. I mean, yes, the UK does, but the UK also feels like the very obvious answer. Gabon is not part of the Commonwealth. They were a French colony. Rwanda was a Belgian, well, German and then Belgian colony. New Zealand... No, the South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands have a penguin on it, so they have black, as opposed also with red, white, and blue. But Australia, New Zealand, and the UK feel like the most obvious. Sierra Leone, that is going to be a much better one because they just have green, white, and blue. Yeah. In just 28 days. Wait, Rwanda's a member of the Commonwealth? Did they pull a Mozambique and join the Commonwealth despite not being a British colony? Sri Lanka? Yeah, Sri Lanka might work. Yep. Big capital city, member of the Commonwealth. There probably just aren't that many answers to this. Yeah, Kampala's pretty big. Yep. Wow, we did really well. This was one of the best we've done. Yeah, see, like, these are all the most, obvious answers. US, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, South Korea, Australia, UK. Yes, my favorite country, Puerto Rico. Oh, Kingston apparently has over 1 million people. Grenada, I guess, also only has 3 colors. Oh, we actually got Marshall Islands there. The most rarest one. Again, Puerto Rico, my favorite country. Then Sierra Leone, Maldives, and Cameroon. Well done, though, guys. Yeah, but they used the city proper definition and not the, urban area definition. I mean, Africa? Not really. It has quite the distinction of being in the Caribbean. Yeah, Cameroon was also a British colony, remember? It was French and British. But yeah, you can use a lot of sub-country definitions and whatnot. Mexico. All right, guys, we are in the lobby. Land itself, not unless I'm invited. Because it ain't cheap for me to get all the way to Beijing. Also, I don't speak Chinese. Ornlu's very much out of money. I imagine, other than the players, I don't think they'll have. I don't think there will really be anyone from the west there. Which is unfortunate. Well, I mean, I'd still be casting the event just from my stream. Oh, did I not hit the play button? I had the classic failed to download match content bug, so we need to jump back into it as far as that goes. I mean, some people will travel there, but there aren't going to be many. All right, guys. We are here. And yes, you do hear the gobble gobble music. Action starts right now as we are here in game number 1. Our second qualifying match of the day. It will feature Sebastian in the red as the Romans to the northwest, and to the southeast in the cyan as the Sicilians. It will be ACCM. ACCM now a full-blown cyan picker. All right, so we saw Nikov do work with Sicilians before. Let's see what ACCM can do here. Sebastian picking Romans, though, so going to be a very powerful civ in their own right. Also, McNeely, you never told me if Japanese men-at-arms beat the sergeants in feudal age. Anyway, already Sebastian here milling in the middle, so he's going to be getting that shorefish boost. Well, you have like a short run eco deficit, but you'll get that back in just a moment. Now, as far as this series go, again, I would give like a, I don't know, similar to Tato Nikov, I give like a 6-7% advantage to ACCM. Lombard should be a thing. Lombards are basically just Goths and Italians, whatever you feel like using as a substitute. Equal number. Okay, but so equal res isn't really a thing in feudal age, so it's really just going to be relatively similar. And also, what AoE2 definitely needs are more Italian civs. We really don't have enough. We need the entirely different civilizations of Genoa and Venice. Guys, they weren't remotely similar. Completely distinct cultures and entities.
Salve. Eus.
All right. And 4 versus 3 are probably the closest to equal res. Okay, yeah.
Eus.
Are the Portuguese? That one never doesn't make much sense. I guess it's just for a little bit of civ variety.
Salve. Prontus.
Anyway, both players are clicking up to feudal age at the same time, but guys, ACCM is doing the thing that I said that you really shouldn't do most of the time, and that is go for the early fishing ships. And if Sebastian is a good player, which guess what? Sebastian's a good player. He's going to scout this, and I feel like the ability for Sebastian to pressure here is super high. Few love taps there on the fishing ships. Yeah, just one bill. You have the Donjon coming in the middle, which will protect the fox turtle gatherers. But, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, guys. The Roman men-at-arms are going to come in, and it's going to be really, really tough to stop this. I imagine ACCM, for his part, is probably just going to be going for an archery range. Maybe he'll go for some sergeants. Indeed. I like turtles. How old is that video now? Oh, man. Stream of Conscious Ornlu. Like, T90 I saw came online now, so we're back to Stream of Conscious Ornlu. Oh my god, it's 18 years ago! Guys! That video's 18 years old! Oh, I'm old! No! Alright, Men-at-Arm upgrade is in. Now, the fishing ships aren't actually under attack right now, as the Men-at-Arms went to the base of ACCM, and I do think that's a mistake, because unless you just don't think ACCM is going to equip well in his vills, which feels like that's an insult. Civilization, I mean, that is the distinction, is AoE2 are based off of civilizations, which in this context are use a bit of a broader definition. I mean, there is no one definition. Okay, so fires are on the way for Sebastian, so he's actually just using the his own dock and fire ships to pressure, which is fine. I think other players would go for an archery range and then pressure with the men-at-arms instead of going for this dock and the fire ships, but honestly, I actually kind of like it. As long as ACCM isn't building up his archer numbers super fast, which, I mean, he is doing it faster than Sebastian, but it's honestly not that bad. And you can apply pressure to the fishing ships, and then you can also add your own fish behind it. No rules anymore? It depends if you think that Three Kingdoms is setting a precedent for future content, or if it's a one-off thing. In which case, I don't know. I really don't have a good answer. Both players have double bid-axe. Resources collected are very similar, which is good for ACCM, not falling behind Romans yet. But Sebastian got 2 fishing ships kills already, and the scout cavalry. Sergeant's doing sergeant-y things. Archers and skirmishers doing in work. I thought was good. I have a very strong suspicion that the devs did not actually want to do the Three Kingdoms, but were told by somebody at World's Edge to do the Three Kingdoms. I have no proof of this, but I have a very strong suspicion of it. Anyway, archers and skirmishers are going to start to poke away at the sergeants. Remember, though, guys, sergeants only have 1 pierce armor in Feudal Age now. And we do have ACCM building 1 fire galley for himself. You are going to need another mill here as Sebastian. Got 2 vills on stone as well for ACCM, so we can start adding in some more donjons. And the donjon on the hill, I think somebody said that in the last set, could be very effective. Is the market for AoE quite small. AoE is a pretty popular game, but World's Edge is such a tiny, tiny division within Microsoft that they're not really going to want to take any major risks. Anyway, look at this, guy. 8 men-at-arms and +1 defense is just about to come in. Uh-oh. Guys, there aren't any real archers left, and even if there were, the skirmishers would go after them, and these Roman men-at-arms are coming in hard. They're coming in swinging. Uh-oh. ACCM able to jump into the donjon there quick. There's still that 1 archer, but that is just such tanky infantry. The villagers are here to help out in the fighting, and Sebastian taking a very, very good fight here. Although the sergeants are actually trying to focus down the vills. ACCM trying to come in with some repairs. He does have a lot of stone in the bank. So is this Donjon going to help out enough in the attacks that ACCM is actually starting to climb ahead in the KD? And maybe this was not a well-advised fight here for Sebastian, whose men-at-arm numbers are plummeting, as there are just so many villagers here to repair and to garrison. As this tower has already taken 1,300 damage, but that's now 5 dead vills for Sebastian, as ACCM is going to start rebuilding that Donjon, and that was extremely well done. Well, apparently it's the fastest selling DLC of all time, which I take to mean that within the time frame between the DLC's launch and right now, so like 3 months.
Prontos.
Within the first 3 months, Three Kingdoms has sold more than any other DLC.
Salve, Impera.
Salve.
Also, I know that Return of Rome, despite getting very bad reviews, also sold extremely well. But you get this really, really weird schism between stuff that casuals will buy and stuff that the more hardcore community wants, and there's like a big difference there. Anyway, that was like, it was a very tough fight there for ACCM to take well, but he did that, and now he's in a great spot in this game. That said, those men-at-arms need to be dealt with. More vills dying here on the other side. Now, the sergeants don't have any armor upgrades, which means that skirmishers with +1 attack will actually kill, will deal 2 damage, essentially. Yeah, ACCM back on the water here. He's only lost his 2 fishing ships. He's ahead by 400 resources. And guys, Sicilians, on this more aggressive setting, are looking like a very solid civ. And it's not just because of the donjons, which I like. Again, I don't think Sicilians are in a great spot yet, but I really do feel like the devs are at least getting closer and closer and closer with each change. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Burmese, where Burmese were in a really awkward spot for a very long time. But they just kind of got these, you know, small changes, small buffs, and eventually they kind of became at least a fairly viable civ. Yeah, the Dark Age Donjon was a really interesting one. Caught on? Yeah. I still think we're several changes off, but I think it's also fair to say that we're absolutely going in the right direction with the civ. In a meaningful way, yep. And we'll see how good they are next patch with more reduced bonus damage. Anyway, ACCM is absolutely cruising at this point. I mean, it was such a tough hold for him here at this donjon, but he just played that one perfectly. Can do something right still? I think that it is unfair to say that the devs are doing a horrible job with the game. I also think it is unfair to say that this game is being handled as well as it could be handled. There's both good and bad that's happening. And you have to respectfully call out the bad stuff, and you have to give the flowers where it's due for the good stuff. Anyway, one more villager killed there for Sebastian is nice, but this is still a really tricky spot as ACCM clicks up to Castle Age, guys. Oof. Big oof. Horse collar now coming in. Now, the sergeants aren't quite as good against buildings as the men-at-arms are. You just deal 1 less damage. Detroit? No. Alright, Sebastian clicks up as well, but he's obviously going to be quite a bit behind, and ACCM's going to hit Castle Age and get that Shadow upgrade for the Sergeants. Give them the Shadow Sergeants. But yeah, they're what? Already going to be going up to, what, 70 HP? 4-2 armor? 8 attack? Something like that. Diet Teutonic Knights. They're basically Diet Teutonic Knights now. Well, that's kind of awkward there for Sebastian. He's just lose all those swordsmen. Or, no? What? Oh, 75 HP even. Oh, look at this here from ACCM. Oh, man. You gotta love it, guys. Chainmail armor coming on in. And what's Sebastian gonna try and do to stop this? Bosaw coming in here as well. What an awkward position. Yeah, Sicilians are getting their bonus damage reduction bumped up to 40%. So, I think the devs were like, it's too strong at 50%, it's too weak at 33%, let's try splitting the difference and going to 40%. Alright, there are enough swordsmen coming back here. We do have long swordsmen coming in from Sebastian, and I have no idea if Roman long swordsmen with chainmail armor are good against sergeants in a straight-up fight. My guess would be no. Because they would have, what, it's still 5 to 6 armor. So you have more armor, which basically makes up for the 1 less attack. And you also have 15 more HP. Civs? Yeah. Absolutely. This is what you want to see, right? I mean, swordsmen are running around. I mean, this is absolutely ACCM. I mean, look at the populations, guys. It's not even close. But, I mean, this is at least an entertaining game, right? How often do we get to see sergeants versus long swordsmen in an AoE game? Squire's coming in. At least we're not getting Sicilian versus Roman cav archers. GG. ACCM takes game number 1. It was looking a little scary for him early on, but he proved me wrong in that you can go for the 2 fishing ships, and if your opponent doesn't pressure them immediately, you can start to get your army going here on the land, start to get your own fishing eco down, and, I mean, it really, the big turning point was this fight over here at the Watchtower. ACCM ended up saving, like, almost all the vills. He got several kills on his opponent's vills. I mean, very well done. Fun game of AoE 2. And Sicilian's 2-0 on this map from what I've seen. ACCM, of course, more of everything collected. The WR is Wonders, which is the team that ACCM is on. Right, that is the number 1 pick Romans actually losing to the number 7 pick Sicilians. Ooh, that's rough. That is rough for Sebastian. And we will be going to Chicken Arabia next. Like that every time. Oh my goodness. All right, 1 minute 40. And gonna be kind of an interesting matchup here. Let's see what we got. "55 seconds. Trumpet, I'm glad. AoE. And playing AoE was a formative memory for many of us, myself included. Alrighty. How did Niaz do yesterday? He did get reverse swept by Andy, but he did go up 2-0, and it was still a very fun series. Alrighty, guys, we are now here on Arabia, and it will feature ACCM in the cyan as the Ketons to the west, and to the east in the red as the Tatars. It will be Sebastian. Alright, so overpowered Civ. Balanced Civ, I would say. For Sebastian? Is it? I mean, it's still, like, right at the front of your base. It's really going to be easy to pressure in mid-game. Its other closest wood lines are, like, way far away. I mean, it does prevent some attack from the front, but I don't actually like it. A natural wall? I mean, it is, but you also then don't have that much in the back of your base. But you can see Sebastian already starting to wall like so.
Emriniz. Selahiyane. Hazır. Bittim ben.
Alright, mill coming up at the back here. Destroy trees? No. So, Ketons versus Tatars. I actually like this matchup for Tatars in theory. It does feel like militarily they have some pretty good options against Ketons with heavy, like, ranged unit play. You have HCA, you have Hand Cannoneer. Your Hussars are pretty good. Although in a straight-up fight, you actually lose to Keton Hussars. Ketons feel like they're going to need to rely on their eco and very strong timings. But I think you should be able to do that, but it's kind of hard to say these days with Ketons, like, just how busted their eco is. Because it's less than it used to be, for sure. They were nerfed. At the same time, I would still be a little bit concerned, shall we say. The chicken aspect? Not sure. Don't think it really changes all that much. Anyway, it is 19 versus 20 pop-up. Both players have Loom. Nothing too crazy as far as that goes. I have a crown. Congratulations. Wait, why did I just get a bunch of messages? Oh, man, I really don't like how YouTube chat just seems to stop for a long time, and then it just, like, you know, it doesn't update instantly. It seems like it, you know, sometimes it just feels like it updates, like, every 5 minutes. It's kind of annoying. ACCM still is Chinese, which, you could argue they're a free win on Not Nomad. I still have not seen Chinese lose on Not Nomad. It is just going to be a scout opening, of course, for the Ketons. You're going to want to scout open with this Civ anytime you have the opportunity to do so.
Emriniz.
Scout coming in here for Sebastian. His eco is going to be a little bit better here, as he did click up one Vil later. Spearman coming out. Double bit axe on the way. And it's also going to be a Scout opening here for Sebastian. So he is going to be able to wall himself in quite nicely in the short run, but there's not going to be a whole lot of space for him to play with. Also, if you look here, Sebastian only took, like, what, one of his chickens? He only took 2 chickens, whereas ACCM is taking almost all of his. So ACCM is running out of turkeys at basically the same time that Sebastian is, and Sebastian's Tatars, and that's supposed to be his early advantage. Oh, good recognition there from Sebastian that that is still open. Oh, is that a Star Trek thing? I am not a Trekkie, man. Alright, horse collar coming in now, so we do have both horse collar and domestication in. And the pasturing does begin. Full loss? I will suffer it. What I did start watching yesterday with my family was, Slow Horses? That's a good show. It seemed cool. I'm not. I was very much a Star Wars person, but growing up, but not a Trekkie. Alright, Scouts sweeping on in, and sweeping on out, and sweeping on in again. Trekkie, somebody who likes Star Trek. Like Brekkie. Alright, Archer is coming in here for Sebastian, so he is the first person to bite the bullet and actually start to mix in those ranged units. And with the 3 Vils on gold, you can see it is going to be for archers. Hoover not sweep. Yeah, just don't have the advancements of the old days. Anyway, resources collected are still even, so the Khitan player not really getting ahead yet. And there's the range. Nice attacks there. Remember, Sebastian gets that high ground bonus for the Tatars. Power of the Tater Tots will not be gainsaid. No, archers are coming in. ACCM, though, has those fast training skirmishers here with the Khitans, and that's going to be really nice in terms of, like, catching back up in the military numbers. Oh, gotta be careful there. Blacksmith coming in. Spearmen are there. There's only one archer to do anything about them, although there's another archer on the way. Population still completely even. ACCM just very slightly ahead in resources. No pastures are not getting any changes. And now we're going to get the double forging. That said, generally speaking, I'd rather have scouts with bloodlines than scouts with double forging. And Sebastian, if he wanted to, could get that upgrade. That said, I think Sebastian's more interested in the Castle Age, and you can see he's got scout production, he's been making archers and not skirmishers, he's not really been making that many spearmen. The bad unit? No, Keshiks are a balanced unit, whereas the Latus and the Monospa are not balanced units. Keshiks are good, but they don't have the raw damage that some other units do. Oh, that villager got on the wrong side of the wall. And that's going to be a kill there for ACCM. Not our army. And they're great to go for in Arabia as well. Even see people go Boyars? I mean, you should see Boyars even less frequently than you see Keshiks. Keshiks are still the go-to melee unit for Tatars in most cases. Anyway, Castle Age on the way here for Sebastian. Still actually clicking up a little faster than his opponent, because like I said, he got the farms down, and he didn't really invest too much into food units. So well done there for Sebastian. You got the market coming in as well. Slavs, well, to be fair, Tatars also very rarely get played. Handsome hand OP. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Slavs don't really seem to get played much in 1v1s. They're just too slow. Well, Castle Age for ACCM is only a hair slower, speaking of which. But if you're playing Ketons and you're just kind of going skirmishers in Castle Age, it doesn't really feel all that exciting. Nice kills there for Sebastian as well, so he's been taking some overall good trades. The Boyar? I mean, the Boyar is just kind of a different... It's very similar to just your standard Nightline, but it's better in a lot better in melee and slightly worse in ranged combat. Oh! The other way around. The Keshik is slightly worse in melee combat and a fair bit better against ranged units because of the faster movement speed and extra pierce armor. And they're cheap. But yeah, Keshik are basically a medium cavalry unit, as I call them. Basically the unique units that are cheaper than knights, and faster than knights, but don't have the raw stats that the Nightline does. Keshik, yeah, yep. Alright, relevant skirmisher and crossbowman upgrades coming in for each player respectively. Remember, Tatars do get that free thumb ring. And there's even going to be a siege workshop at the front of Sebastian's base, and he's still sticking with the crossbowman for now. Yeah, free thumb ring is real good. No university in yet, though, for ballistics. Look at this. ACCM really starting to run out of pastures here, which is not great when you're going skirmishers and need lots of food for that. Siege workshop built even a little bit more forward. We got bowsaw now coming in for Sebastian. So we have wheelbarrow in for ACCM. Seeing greener pastures, that they have. Second TC actually going to be coming in for both players, kind of exposed. ACCM's is to secure another wood line. And securing, I guess, another wood line and a gold mine is Sebastian. Still, he's been taking better fights. He's been cleaning up his opponent's army. Got a nice army of crossbowmen. ACCM skirm numbers aren't super impressive. Oh, but if they can maybe get a decent surround-ish here, that could be a win for ACCM. Still, Sebastian doing everything he can to get value here, and using the Tatar high ground bonus as well is really nice. Siege workshop coming in defensively here for ACCM. And a monastery too. ACCM's map. Well, ACCM's map is a little small on the wood. And honestly, this wood line's going to be very nice to expand to as the game goes on. Still, this is an ugly hill here. Rocket card on the way here for ACCM. And a monk too. And right now, we just have Sebastian going for better units, honestly. He's got Thumbring Crossbowmen, he's got Mangonels, and all ACCM has are some skirmishers. So he's going to need to take some very good engagements with the rocket carts. Because the thing is, Mangonels are good against both other Mangonels and skirmishers. So if the Mangonels / rocket carts cancel each other out, then you just have skirmishers and archers left over, and that's better for the skirmishers. So you kind of need those Mangonels as a core part of the army for Sebastian, but he's taking some good fights here, guys. But there you go. ACCM is getting the kill. He does have the high ground at this point. Like I said, very important for both players to control here. Still not that much of an eco lead for the Ketons player. In fact, very few vills on food. Meanwhile, is Wheelbarrow versus Bose. Oh, but that's 2 dead Mangonels. ACCM absolutely taking the fights he needs to. Sebastian, I mean, if nothing else, you'd expect him to have better micro than ACCM, but that was very well done from ACCM and not well done enough for Sebastian, as ACCM now going to secure stone with a 3rd town center. Oh, that Mangonel does a lot of damage, though. 279 with 1 hit. Oh, a nice attack round there for Sebastian. But 3 TCs to 2. ACCM will be expanding more than his opponent economically going forward. They both have exactly 1 minute, 27 seconds idle TC time. And yet ACCM's only ahead a little bit in terms of res. Monk's slowly going to heal up those skirmishers. Oh, another good fight for Sebastian. So starting to make up for the bad fights he took earlier. And both shots whiff, and that should be a 1-for-1. Indeed it is, but that's going to favor the guy who's got more Mangonels / rocket carts, and that is Sebastian. A lot of goats, or ibex, I guess. But yeah, that's how pastoralism works. Wheelbarrow now coming in here from Sebastian. And ACCM not really even able to sustain Vil production on that 3rd TC. That said, ACCM is also collecting stone and getting a 4th TC, so he's going to be able to get a castle sooner than his opponent, most likely. And now, we're going to go to 3 stables here in just a moment, so maybe there are going to be some Step Lancer additions from Sebastian, or Knights. You could go for either. It is a balanced game for sure.
Hey.
Well, Camel's doing camel things. Wood income is still maybe going to be a bit of an issue, but at least you have some wood in the back here for ACCM. And just 4 TCs to 3. ACCM should slowly climb ahead even more in the resources, as we have 17 Vils on stone. Good hit there. Okay, well, that's basically an even trade. Remember, Ketons are the, oh no. Keton rocket carts are basically just exactly reskinned Mangonels. And their heavy rocket carts are basically exactly reskinned Onagers, so there's nothing really special about them. I mean, they're fine. It's like having Onagers with Siege Engineers, but it's nothing too exciting. Alrighty, Castle coming in right now. Are we going to see any Liao Dao? ACCM already with 1 relic in and another one on its way. Okay, and Barding Armor coming in. It looks like it will be the night play for Sebastian. Superior? I mean, it's just, that comes down to the Mangonel fights. Knights, Keton, rocket carts are better. It is true. They are slightly better. And indeed, ACCM's going for the Liao Dao. They are a very solid all-around melee unit. Champions are cheaper on the gold cost and much better versus buildings, so there is still a use case for Khitan champions. But in general, if you can make Liao Dao, you probably want to go Liao Dao. Well, crossbowmen attacking 50% faster than skirms makes them a lot better against enemy mangonels. Anyway, there's a nice kill there. Oh. Liao Dao coming forward, though. No lamellar armor in yet, though. And neither player is going to click up to Imp yet. Both players are just kind of in a... It's not... doesn't feel comfortable for either. On the one hand, you have ACCM, who has a lot of idling right now, and his army quality is a lot worse. But he still has a better eco, and it's not like he's actually dying. Ballistics is also in here for ACCM. He's just not making much at all in terms of army, and that is way too many villagers on wood and not enough on the pastures. And it's actually Sebastian who's ahead in resources right now. Wow, how much... Okay, this camel's killed 5 vills. It should not have. It should absolutely not have killed 5 vills. 54 on wood right now for ACCM. So you can say Sebastian has too much wood income. ACCM has even more too much. You have more camels coming in, but it seems like ACCM might be struggling a little bit as to know what to make here with the Khitans, and this eco efficiency is just absolutely going down the drain. One knight's converted only, and look at that, guys. Imp is on the way for Sebastian, and maybe Khitans aren't quite as OP as some people think, because nobody's going to call Tadars an OP civ right now. And yet Sebastian's doing work here. Basically, I'm just constantly having idle villagers, and looks like Red is trying to tie this up at 1-1. Indeed, it will be the Cav Archer switch, and that is not something Khitans love dealing with as the game goes on, due to their lack of bloodlines. Whoa! Yeah, castle's gonna go there, but there's already a defensive castle coming in. And Sebastian is probably fine. Probably. Infantry armor coming in, but Imperial Age, Bracer, Chemistry, Trebuchets, all of that should be enough here for Sebastian. He now even has that 4th TC, so he can get up to his 130 vills nice and quick. I mean, granted, there are only 2 Cav Archers on the field. It's not that significant. And ACCM is clicking up now. He still is actually ahead in villagers, if he can get them working. More dancing. All right, Imp is coming on in. But a lot faster for Sebastian, but still only 5 Cav Archers. It's not super great, but the Ram is actually here, and it's doing a lot of work against this castle. Bosaw just now coming in for ACCM. He still doesn't have handcart. And of course, Bracer plus Cav Archers for Sebastian. He is going to want to pick up a Trebuchet for sure. On a hill, it very well could be. Lamellar armor coming in, guys. Oh boy. More Liao Dao on the way. But you need something anti-CA, and it feels like that's going to be kind of hard to do for Khitans. You do have the fast training skirmishers, which are nice, but that's kind of it. That said, the Liao Dao should be very good against the Kashyyyks. Yeah, first Treb's now coming in. Another castle here forward for Sebastian. Now getting iron casting. I mean, ACCM is creeping towards him. He's back to a decent resources lead. Can go for the mounted Trebs as well. They're pretty good at sniping enemy Trebs. Kind of looks like it. No, he is not outpost rushing. Liao Dao works, so basically it does its attack, and then it does 9 damage over 3 seconds. So 3 damage a second for 3 seconds. That does not stack. But yes, only against meat units. Flesh and blood units, so it doesn't work against siege or buildings. Yeah, it's literally just getting damage. Well, he's getting chemistry, but he's only just now making that Cav Archer switch, but yes, he is going to need to pick up ballistics. Right now, Trebs are trebbing. ACCM trying to go for Skirmisher plus Liao Dao. Versus Elephant Rams? Yes. They have 3-1 armor, which is kind of an interesting armor breakdown. There's ballistics coming in here for Sebastian, and the Treb war continues, and that is simply going to be better here for Sebastian. Although we do have a mounted Treb on the way, Pog. Siege Engineer is going to come in as well, but the Liao Dao are going to be awful against the CA. Basically, with the Liao Dao versus Cav Archers is you're paying more for a unit that dies just as hard to Cav Archers. Unless you just don't micro them, I guess, then Liao Dao can get damage done, but yeah, there you go. They really are a melee-only unit. Come on, give me the mounted trebbing. Castle already taking 14,000 damage. This castle only taking 9,000. And the CA are going to start to run in and raid. And no husbandry yet's a little awkward. And, I mean, I guess both of these castles should go down as the 4th Treb is now out here for ACCM, but you're spending a lot of stone there, and you're only going to be on one castle that you can train your Liao Dao from, which I guess he's kind of stopped his production of entirely. And there we go. Castle is down. ACCM's is still alive a little bit longer. No way he saved this, right? Yeah, he's got it. So just at the last moment, we do have Sebastian able to get that one. ACCM with 52 idle villagers right now. And ACCM does still have stone income. Can also start taking that gold. He also has 4 relics to 1. A mounted Treb heals. It's just like the armored elephant or ballista elephant. Yeah, you only get 10 bonus damage versus buildings or 12 with siege engineers. Not much at all. But ACCM pushing this one through, and I mean, ACCM is in my mind a top maybe 4 late game player in the world. And like I said, the mounted Trebs are really good at sniping enemy Trebs. I wish they were a little cheaper, but I actually love the unit. It's such a cool unit. I mean, not only is it a trebuchet on a camel, which, I mean, what wouldn't you like about it? But it's just kind of interesting with the... It's like a more anti-personnel focused bombard cannon. And they also move a lot faster. 0.88 movement speed with husbandry is much, much faster than a bombard cannon's 0.7. Yeah, Sebastian's lost all his Trebs. He does have Hussars coming in. They have +4 defense as well. They've got no castles. Not like ACCM has a ton, though, to be fair. This castle is being attempted right on this hill between them. And look at this, the Trebs are starting to treb away. Even the mounted Treb is helping out here, and yes, they are good against good blobs of units at range. Hussar coming in now for our Ketons player, but no Ordo cavalry yet. And also lamellar armor is in, remember, for all these melee fights. Hearttt just now in here for ACCM, though. And ACCM will at least have some access to that gold over there to the south, on top of the 4 relics that I talked about earlier. That said, the Hussar plus Cav Archer combo is a lot better for Tatars in the late game. Perhaps one might even call it the old loop-de-doodle. Yeah, now means Sebastian's going to try and go for his own skirms, but the faster producing skirms from ACCM are doing work. 50 skirms right now. We have some more Liao Dao on the field as well. As long as the Liao Dao are there to serve as a meat shield against the Hussars are pretty bad at killing them. They have all the armor upgrades. You have 6 melee armor against the Hussars, who have 8 attacks, so they deal 2 damage a hit to the Liao Dao. Honestly, this is really well played here from ACCM, and just kind of shows how fun the Keton late game is. Like, again, Ketons feel like a pretty cool civ if you aren't looking at anything other than scouts with extra attack into Step Lancers. Trebs continuing to come forth. ACCM still cruising at max population, still streaming units across the map. Hussars of his own are here, they can raid. Now remember, you do not have bloodlines of the Ketons, but Ordo Cavalry will make up for it, and that's exactly what ACCM is now getting. Anyway, Ordo Cavalry. And yes, Ordo Cavalry does work when attacking villagers. That's what I was double-checking right there. The jar effect? Yeah, it kind of does feel like, you know, you're throwing a jar of burning pitch or something. Yep. Yeah, Ordo Cavalry is very good in melee fights. And now, of course, we've got the full Ketons eco going, and they are still a very good eco civ in late game. You heal, I think it's like, what, 8% of your HP over 2 seconds when in melee combat. I forget the exact numbers, unfortunately. So if you're, like, constantly in combat, then you're constantly healing yourself for 4% of your HP a second. GG. Honestly, guys, that was a very solid game of Arabia. Sebastian kind of had ACCM in a tricky spot for quite a while, and he had the faster Imperial Age time, remember, by a lot. And yet ACCM hunkered down. He just defended in the middle with the Trebs. He got his own eco going back up in late game, and he really just showed what the Ketons have to offer in Imperial Age. As Sebastian never could successfully make that Cav Archer switch, and I mean, ACCM still had so many skirmishers. That was a fun one. He is going to go up 2-0 because of it. That is the Ketons over the Tatars. Qualifiers? It does feel like it. Alright, so let's see what the next map is going to be. They're still on Arabia, of the chicken variety. All right, not Nomad is next. So this is going to be tough, I think, for Sebastian. Like I said, I've literally never seen Chinese lose on not Nomad. Or on the other one, Bedouins. So what tournaments do is they have a custom version of standard maps. So like obviously Arabia's in the regular map pool, but they have their own custom chicken Arabia for the tournament, and some maps like not Nomad here are literally just made for the tournament. All right, so never mind, not going to be Chinese here for ACCM. He's likely going to be saving them for Bedouins. I mean, you have both of them in the map pool, so you can only play Chinese on one of them. Closer civs on not Nomad? I tend to agree. ACCM titling the lobby 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alrighty, I hear the Hun theme, so it's time to jam. Ugh. So, Sebastian going to be here in the red as the Dravidians to the southwest of the map, and fairly close by in the blue as the Huns. It will be ACCM. Oh, well, he's yeah. In the cyan as the Huns, it's ACCM. So, Dravidians versus Huns. Well, it doesn't involve Chinese, so we absolutely have a chance at a decent game here. We have a dock up here to the northeast, and a dock down here to the southeast for ACCM. And because it's not Nomad... Wait a minute. Oh, I guess he's just been chopping some wood. I was wondering how he could build a dock so fast. So... you can still get a dock fast on this map, but you don't have the Hun horse. That's exactly it, Asmail. It's basically Nomad, but you skip the wandering around part. The horse is very silly. I do not like that it's in the game at all. It is situationally one of the best Civ bonuses in the game. But other than that, Dravidians versus Huns, I mean, they're both good hybrid civs. With a close rush distance like this, I kind of like how efficient the Dravidian army is. But I also like the mobility aspect of Huns with Cav and Cav archers. I mean, they make very different types of armies. Hun armies are fast, Dravidian armies are slow and efficient. Coastal, well, the thing is, it's not quite coastal because you still have the TC right on the wood line, and the resource distribution is different by a fair amount compared to regular coastal, which is basically just Arabia starting resources and TCs and whatnot. So it's still nomad-esque. Chinese here because Chinese are also the best civ on Bedouins. They're the best civ on this map and on Bedouins, and ACCM is saving them for Bedouins. Which makes sense since you're up 2-0 already. And I think that the gap is probably closer here on not Nomad than on Bedouins. I don't know, in my mind, Chinese, if you have first pick, never ban Chinese, because either your opponent bans Chinese or you take them first. If you have either this map or Bedouins in the pool. And if you're second, you just have to ban Chinese, no matter what. I think that's just how you gotta look at it. Well, 4 fishing ships to 4 fishing ships, although a 5th one just popped out here for ACCM, so he is 1 vill ahead, and does seem to have maybe a bit of a better start overall, although it's kind of hard to tell always when you have the cheap and sheep equivalents rumbling around. That said, I mean, you're not really taking any more. ACCM clicks up to feudal age, and okay, Sebastian's also clicking up. It's not that big of a deal. ACCM does have, you know, a hair less idle TC time and 1 more fishing ship out, though, so he is still having the better early game. So, what are we going to see as far as the water play goes? You can see here that I think Red knows the dock is over here. He would have lost his sheep. And if you are ACCM, you might know the dock is over here because you lost your sheep. It's why you always check, or I guess Turkey. It's why you always scout along the coastline, so you know where your opponent's dock is as quickly as possible. Nope. We march onward. We have a few bills going over here to the gold mine. Do we have a second dock? And that is a forward dock from Sebastian. Holy cow. All right. This might force this into a fire ship fight. Alright, galley's on the way. Alright, galley's on the way. Yeah, building the forward dock like this means you don't want to really go for galleys defending this because the rush distance is so close. And you don't want to, you can't go for galleys as Sebastian either because, again, the rush distance is just too close. So it's one of those situations where instead of both players probably going galleys, both players are now going fire ships. And we see every time that there is a fire galley versus galley matchup, it's almost always dominated by the galley player. Got Loom and Town Watch both beat up. First barracks coming out here for ACCM as we still just have... Oh no, we have another dock over there, so it's 3 docks in total here for Sebastian. Although ACCM's definitely getting ahead of Nico right now as he's also building his 3rd dock. So overall, very nice game so far for ACCM. Have the Town Watch upgrade there. I think it's better to see enemy ships incoming, especially if they're trying to sail around the side of the map. And their pairs are here as necessary for both players. That said, Sebastian is ahead in the Navy numbers. at least for the present. And now the fishing ships could be in danger, although ACCM's reinforcements are also popping out of the dock. That dock is under threat. And the game marches onward, although archery range now on its way here for ACCM. It is 3 docks per player, but I guess the savings here from ACCM and the superior eco are kind of allowing him to have his cake and eat it too, which is pretty good for him. You can already see ACCM doing a better job of starting to bank up resources for Castle Age. He's had the 1 extra fishing ship working this entire time, and now ACCM himself is going to start to apply pressure over here. Oh! Decent hit. Feel like, no, Sebastian's also losing some fishing ships. ACCM has lost a lot of fishing ships, though, himself. So both players taking a big hit to their fishing eco, although ACCM is still ahead overall. And he has his archers coming in, so I still like ACCM's spot, even though Sebastian has done a good job with the unit control. A little weird to see the fishing ship go down like this. And more fire ships. Blacksmith is coming in, though. Archer production has started. And Sebastian's going to need to be extra careful, because those vills and those vills could be far away from the TC, depending on which angles the archers come in from. Looks like an okay-ish demo hit, but still not going to be good enough. And then not a great hit there. I mean, ACCM is catching up in the resources. Destroyed, I guess. He's actually way ahead. Although that doesn't really count demos. But for Nikov, he played extremely well. Other than the game he lost. But all the 4 other games in the series, he played extremely well. GG's. I don't really see how it's GG's. It's been... KD is very even. Archers only showing up. Oh, no loom! Research in loom makes your villagers harder to kill. First land. Apparently he was at the last Red Bull, or the Red Bull before the last one in 2023. But it's been a while for sure. And that, I think, had more than 10 players, so, I mean, Nikov now is just one of 10 who will be there. And unless he finished top 10 in that Red Bull, and I feel like he might have been going out early. Anyway, this is what I'd call very, very, very bad for Sebastian. I would actually call it Sebastian. That's how bad it is. I mean, hooray. I guess. Kinda walling off these dudes. Oh, that's a low HP Ville. I think ACCM just did not realize it. And ACCM's even gonna try and fish again. 7 fire galleys to 4, though. Feels optimistic at best. 5 Ville lead here for Cyan. ACCM actually also has a few villas on stone. No fighting? Oh yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, take what you can get. Sebastian with a lot of gold banked up. No market to use with it, I think. It's kind of hard to tell on Nomad as people build stuff all over the map. And Sebastian is going to try and fishing ship his way out of this problem as best he can. Also, 1 second idle time this game from ACCM. He is playing exceptionally well. I mean, kind of like Nikov, it's like... The unit control from ACCM has been very good, especially considering he's against somebody that I would consider to have superior micro in general. And his macro is great, and he's clearly very well prepared. ACCM's had a very clear, set game plan in every map so far. Not. I actually think it was just greedy. Yeah, because you're still just kind of hoping that Sebastian isn't paying attention. And he's gonna keep up with the tower rush. That's cute. Now, since Sebastian's also not clicking up to Castle Age soon, this is actually going to be nice for ACCM to have the Archers plus Scout combo here. That said, those Skirms are going to do a nice job of cornering and killing those Archers. I mean, I love this, man. Who goes for the delayed Hun tower rush on this map? I don't know if you can force the deletion of the lumber camp there. Tower is on its way, though. Remember, Sebastian has 0 stone. He could get it to the west of his base, but he's just not. And that tower is going up, guys. Market now here for Cyan, although ACCM is not what I would still call close to Castle Age. Another Vil kill. It's Killville, Volume 2. Still gets those fishing ships, does Sebastian, which is something, I guess. And with a market, Sebastian could click up at least pretty soon. But the eco balance has also been better here for ACCM, and he's just looking like a top-tier AoE player that we know he is. Market now here for red. And that resources collected difference is pretty staggering. As another watchtower is coming in, you also have archers with which to garrison the towers instead of villagers. So you can use your vills to keep on towering or punch down spearmen or something like that. So I like that too. Really impressive stuff here, guys. And look at this. Again, all the archers are already in that tower. And now the vills can garrison too, and these vills are in jeopardy. That said, Sebastian does click up ahead of his opponent, though likely not going to be by all that much. Oh, look at that. ACCM even leaving the archer in here as well. Going to now just garrison inside the forward tower so that, look at this. Now Sebastian has to use villagers in the tower versus the archers. Yeah, ACCM is doing a number on the efficiency, that's for sure. And yet, he will still have a Castle Age advantage, but without any knights available to Dravidians, there isn't a unit you can make in Castle Age that just gives you that immediate power spike. Let's go for one Elephant Archer. That's always an option. Battle Ellie's. He doesn't have a stable, though, and here come the 2 extra ranges. ACCM clicks up. I mean, he is a minute 20 seconds-ish slower. But 7 bills ahead, he has the better army, and he's got the better location on the map, or which some people call map control. Horse color here for ACCM. And there is stable number 2 coming in for the Knights. Alright, so what's the plan here, Sebastian? He's making some more archers. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a blacksmith at all. Oh, no, my bad. He's just getting clutching now. All right, Castle Age's in. You do get the extra wood, and you can use that to plop down a siege workshop. Oh. Crossbow coming in. And Bill is actually saved. Still, I mean, there are only 5 now across moon on the field. That tower is still going to go down. You need to keep some units at home. Otherwise, you know, the archers are going to pop out of the tower and just start killing Vills. Happy Castle Age here to ACCM. He is going to go with his double stable knight production. He currently has bloodlines and +1 defense, which is actually kind of enough right now. +2 defense also coming in, and as soon as the archers go away, you might even think about trying to go aggressive again. Bill can even come forward to repair, which is annoying. Oh, the cows are always so brave and so bold. Got Bowsaw also coming in. Only 4 spearmen on the field and 0 monks to deal with what are about to be 4 knights. Lord Siege Workshop also coming in here. You gotta repair that mangonel. And ACCM still in total control of this game, number 3. Archer is abandoning the forwardmost tower to the second most forward tower. Chain Barding Armor is in. The Knights are charging forward. Again, 4 spearmen only on the map, and I have no idea where most of them are. It looks like 3 of them are over this way. Uh-oh. That's a big set of kills there, as Bodkin's only just now in. What? I thought the tower totally got the kill there. Second TC to the west for ACCM. I mean, this is just really freaking good AoE.
Timo.
Alright. I guess those vills are getting harassed. Siege Workshop hasn't really done anything yet for ACCM, to be fair. That's also not something I would recommend. We've got Wheelbarrow coming in. And the archer numbers are kind of climbing here for Sebastian. He does have the army lead. Eco upgrades are significantly better here for Cyan, though. Like those 2 fishing ships are going to go down here again. It feels like ACCM keeps on rebuilding them for them to only get sunk by random fire galleys. Even a 3rd TC. And finally, a mangonel's on its way, but there is still one chilling in the Siege Workshop of Sebastian, who has 0 vills on food. Look at this, 42 seconds idle time versus 4 minutes and counting. Alright, there's Ballistics, and ACCM's actually making some galleys, finally getting some bill kills over here with the crossbowmen, and to be fair, ACCM does not really have all that much at home. I'm not too sure what the galleys do. I mean, I guess you can harass these lumberjacks. There aren't that many fish left. Or, fish, I mean fire ships. Or then Sebastian, yeah, Sebastian again, 0 food at all. Just crossbowman. Needs to just straight up kill ACCM here. That's a lot of crossbow. How about a few more? 37 archers, guys, to only 6 knights. ACCM is getting pretty close to a castle, though, and once the castle comes in, you can actually start making some Tarkans, which are really good against the crossbowmen. Good micro there from Sebastian. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a big splat. And more archers can clean up. Guys, Sebastian has a really big army. I do think ACCM actually needs to get to Tarkans. I don't think knights are going to cut it at this point. I mean, you can still use them to try and counterattack, but... I mean, credit to Sebastian. This is his only win condition. And you got to appreciate somebody for really trying to find that. Yeah, Sebastian's not going to lose any archers to that kind of mangonel. ACCM does have a huge score lead, but that's going to be a couple more dead bills. Like 7 minutes? Oh, yeah. I mean, he has no food income. All right, ACCM, drop the castle, probably like right around here. Uh-oh. Bastion's getting more value, guys. I mean, we saw kind of a big throw on this map from Hearttt yesterday. ACCM really feels like he needs a castle. I mean, that's like 10 plus villager kills, but the Knights have made it into the wood line here. Now Sebastian's going to be losing villas of his own. Castle not coming in here for red. Castle over here to the side for cyan. Can also take gold over here to the east if need be, or up to the northeast. That said, ACCM has half his eco idle. So, you know, you kind of want not that. But even ACCM with, now I guess a third of his eco idle is still way ahead of Sebastian, who's still losing. Oh, God, he never noticed! Oh, no. And GG is called, guys. ACCM, I mean, both Nikov and ACCM today are looking like they are going to be giving the poor invited players a hard time. They're both looking very strong. I mean, Sebastian tried his best to come back, and he did reasonably well as far as that goes. But that is a tough situation for him. Huns over Dravidians, and that is not Nomad going to ACCM. And we'll have to see what the next one is. Sleep incoming? Maybe. Ring of Reeds is next. Portuguese, Burgundians, and Berbers all feel good for ACCM, and for Sebastian, is there another water map? Okay, there is Seychelles to play Italians on. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna see this in just a moment. All right. Could be Sebastian's last game of this qualifier. I still think he would do very well in the second qualifier. But, you know. I completely am losing my train of thought. I am very tired. On a Bedouins? Yeah. I'm like almost falling asleep at my keyboard. Will I do a video on the recent DLC campaigns? What do you mean? On the Three Kingdoms campaigns? I did, I did my full review of them. I did 3 review videos, actually. It was like over an hour of content. Yeah. Yeah, the second qualifier is going to be brutal. Like, all of the people who lose today, so Tato, probably Sebastian, and then either Hearttt or Barles, they're going to be, like, even if the qualifiers would then just be them, only 2 of them, of those 3 could qualify. Alrighty, guys. Here we are, game number 4. We will have ACCM in the Cyan as the Burgundians to the west, 1 game away from going north up to China. We'll be there to the west, and then the east in the red, series life on the line. Not looking bad, but not looking as good as ACCM. We'll have Sebastian. There really hasn't been an aspect of Sebastian's gameplay that's felt better than ACCM. And you'd think that at the very least his early execution and micro would be better than ACCM, as that is ACCM's relative weakness as a player to other players at the very top. But that has simply not been the case, as ACCM has been set up so well in each of these early games. The last series is Hearttt versus Barles. So, double bit-axe here for ACCM. Now, the thing is, Burgundians are a closed map civ. They're only ever played on closed maps, where they are played constantly. Is this a closed map enough, though? Because Burgundians are also kind of a high eco civ. You want to play them on maps where you can boom up and utilize your very strong timings, which doesn't really feel like Ring of Reeds. I mean, Burgundians are still going to be alright, but Malians have much more in terms of aggressive potential. Men-at-Arms with extra Pierce Armor, and they just get the double eco bonus early on, which is pretty fast in terms of setting, getting ahead. Might make Hera not win. Well, map pools have, generally speaking, favored Hera's playstyle and Hera himself for a very long time in major tournaments. This one is slightly different because it isn't as focused on water and hybrid maps. But I think that Hera is a good enough player that unless you're doing the more wacky settings of some of the A-tier tournaments and Hera isn't preparing, then Hera will win basically every tournament. Ornlu level macro, you need better than Ornlu level macro. Alright, Doc coming up at the back here. Doc already up at the back here for Sebastian. But yeah, as far as like tournaments that Hera's actually prepping for, I'd give him around a 90% chance of winning for the foreseeable future. Like I said, I don't think there's anyone close to Hera right now that's an up-and-coming player, unless one of the old guard showed that they can still take it. And like I said, to be fair, Nikov and ACCM have both been playing super well, but, I mean, we can only imagine how well Hera's going to be playing at the main event. Oh, whose power level's over 9,000? It's over 9,000! Alright, Dude Lady is actually in faster here for ACCM. Larry feels most likely. A little while ago, I would have agreed with you, but I think at this point, Leary just has a bit of a mental block against Hera. And Leary has just never been somebody who's devoted as much time to AoE 2 as others. Which, again, considering how good he is, that is just wild, because there's so much talent. Is good for Leary? I mean, Leary is really good at water, too. Because it is oftentimes very mechanics-oriented. Could be better than Hera. I feel like a Leary plus Yo hybrid would probably be unstoppable. If you smash together the execution micro of Leary, and if you put him with the strategic and tactical fortitude of Yo, I don't think that player ever loses. Oh, someone with a donation, Aragorn!
Keep it up, man. Thanks for the entertainment.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. I used the Welsh text-to-speech voice since day one and have never regretted it. Anyway, Flemish Militia is out over here to be a little bit annoying. Actually, a couple of Flemish Militia. I guess that could be one reason to pick Burgundians. Are the Flemish Militia good enough? I mean, they are getting buffed a lot in the next patch.
Result. See.
Oh, nice kill there for Sebastian, but he's still kind of falling behind. Actually, the Flemish militia do get bonus damage versus ships. Is it enough, though? Feudal Age Flemish militia have... What is that? Ship. 4 bonus damage versus ships, so you're still only dealing your base melee attack. Still, Sebastian has an overall Vil lead. Tower just a lot later here. Fire Galley almost out. Res collected are ahead for Sebastian. That was Welsh. According to the text-to-speech option, it is Welsh. Alright, 2 Vils on food for either player is not great. ACCM did pick up Bowsaw, though, as Burgundians, which is pretty nifty. Oh. Alright, guys, you basically get double your base attack versus buildings. That's so clumped up! Oh my god! Those are 3 fire ships on top of each other! It actually might not matter, though? Not Welsh? I mean, I have my serious doubts as to the authenticity of that accent, but it's still kind of interesting. But it's that's what they call Welsh, and it's a funny accent. All right, more fire galleys are on the way, but this is overall a pretty good play from Sebastian. The tower should be able to get the... Oh boy, that is close. I actually think it's great. ACCM doesn't have... He only is taking long-distance stone with 1 Vil, but I think that's actually the correct play, because you're not trying to build a ton of different towers, except that is what Sebastian's trying to do. Uh-oh. ACCM gets more kills over there. He is at 6 villagers killed. He has evened up the overall Vil count. And... I mean, it's like an okay demo hit. Now, ACCM cannot take forge bushes in the middle, probably, with that tower there. Welsh Civ win. Is Scots endangered? Well, I guess in Wales they have the signs in both English and Welsh. Whereas they might not have that in... Wait, they do that with Irish as well. Right? Don't they have signs in Irish? Although I think that's, nobody but nobody speaks Scots.
Bonjour.
Language speaker? Huh. Interesting. Scots Gaelic? Okay. And I know that Irish was endangered, but I think they have a whole program to bring Irish back, right? Salmon Ireland? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, ACCM with another tower here. I actually really like how he's playing this. That said, Sebastian is still ahead in resources. I don't think many people speak Breton. Can actually speak it. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that will change in like 30 to 40 years, but I'm sure right now it's very few people. Which is kind of cool. I mean, I still think that knowing English, no matter what your country's history is just always going to be very useful. But, you know, teaching people to be bilingual and can appreciate your unique cultural heritage and having both is, pretty good. But I don't think anyone really speaks Cornish anymore. Seriously political? Yep. In the north? Well, yeah. What, 1,000? Really? Well, credit here to Sebastian. He still has the overall resources collected lead, but how much of that is wood? Yeah, that's what I thought, guys. It's wood. It's mostly wood. I mean, it's a little bit of stone, but it's mostly wood. You can see that Sebastian's had more villagers working longer, but still, ACCM's getting ahead. Wanting to... Wow, really? You don't think the Welsh want to succeed? This is from RMS Cup, too. This is from my tournament. But growing... My understanding was that because Wales was under English rule for so long, especially relative to Scotland and Ireland, that they had at least less of a nationalism movement. Oh, repairs coming in. It's not quite enough. And guys, Sebastian's going to be up to Castle Age faster. ACCM doesn't have another building. Oh my goodness, that's not ideal to say the least. And now the fire ships are coming in over here. And Sebastian wanting to hang in there, guys. Yeah, that is one of the first major blunders I've seen so far this series for ACCM. Could have been up like a minute plus faster. Probably could have been only like 15 to 20 seconds slower, as opposed to, you know, over a minute. That's it, we're looking at 6 fire galleys versus 2, although we have some more Flemish militia on the way, interestingly. Interesting stuff, yeah. In Scotland? Yeah, exactly. But doesn't Scotland still in general want to remain as part of the UK even after Brexit? You know, majority of people, even if it is a small majority. Anyway, Flemish militia still coming forward. Flemish militia are here. They're poking away. 38 seconds till Castle Age and counting. I mean, Sebastian's actually relatively close to imp resources. Demo's gonna get a nice hit there. Language? I don't know. I think this is interesting.
Sì. Usato.
Slipping? Oh, yeah, that's what I thought.
Sì. Davis.
Wanting it urgently? Yeah. Alright, Light Cav is actually coming in here for ACCM. And Sebastian is going to be doing something fairly similar. He's already got a Mangonel out. And this could be looking tough here. Independent movement stronger? I mean, that might be what you'd think, but as others have pointed out, they really haven't been doing very well recently. Anyway, that's not even close. Anyway, ACCM can drop a castle soon. I don't know if he can do it anywhere safely, though. Nice attack round. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Uh-oh. That should be a conversion. That should actually not have been a conversion because that was terrible pathfinding. Oh my goodness. still, the castle has to be placed back at home. Gonna get him in with the monk snipe there. Yes, conservatives and labor are the two main parties. Oh, that should be it. What? Oh no. Research heresy? Burgundians don't have heresy. Alright, second TC coming in here from red. And Sebastian still has a nice bit of a score lead. Again, he's got all these fire ships on the side doing a nice amount of damage. ACCM is kind of stuck in the middle. And there's not really a whole lot for ACCM to do here. That said, Sebastian only has 2 vills on food, which isn't good. So I guess he could try and still take food on the side. There's a third TC even coming in for Sebastian at the back. Malians? Yes, Malians have heresy. Yeah, the eco upgrades are nice for ACCM, but the res collected are still better for Sebastian. What do you pick? You can instantly know any language. No conlangs? I don't know what that means. Up. 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 There is going to be a conversion, but the mangonel goes down. Oh. Well, considering it would be most useful for me in my studies, probably Korean, even though I've actually studied it. But I kind of am terrible at it. That would be the most useful for me personally. It's a language I haven't studied at all. It would be Japanese. As that would be the second most useful language to me. I guess Chinese and Japanese would probably be pretty similar. Well, I'm more practical, what can I say? Alright, so here's the thing. You have 3 TCs, and actually soon to be 4 here from Sebastian. But his resources are still at the limit, even though he is still slightly ahead. Then Japan. Yeah, but the way that it seems to work is that you have a specific, like, Chinese office, and then, like, for a Korean and Japanese office when it comes to, like, businesses here in America, or, like... I see a lot more overlap in jobs in, between Japan and America, or Japan and Korea, than China and Korea, at least in what I've seen so far on Indeed. Alright, this is what the castle at ACCM wanted originally. And it will come in, and like this is what I was a little bit worried about, that yes, your eco is going to start to look okay here as Sebastian, but he's going to have a ton of idle TC time. Good moves there from ACCM. Mangonel going to go down. I mean, it's only been 4.5 hours. PC, I mean, he wants to protect this gold and stone and whatnot, but it's going to be tough for him. Full 7 Coustelier on the map. Oh, actually, that was almost a kill on the monk, but you still have a ton of monks right now for Sebastian. Or, Malians have good monks. You only miss Illumination. And you have the rest of the monastery. And Illumination is a monk tech that you can afford to miss. I mean, it's kind of like a luxury tech. Uh-oh. My favorite AoE streamer? I don't know, September. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Really appreciate it.
Who's my favorite O2 streamer? Ornlu.
O2. I love my game, O2. And we have a 5th TC coming in from Sebastian, but how much does it matter if ACCM is actually now even getting ahead in resources collected? Is myself, easily. We do have 3 Kusiliers, though, for the Malian player. Favorite viewer is, though? Not Fodler. I think that's pretty fair. Well, this is kind of tricky. Yeah, still just the one Mangonel there in the Siege Workshop. Another TC is actually now even being denied by ACCM. And I actually have some significant fears for Sebastian that he's actually going to be much slower to the Imperial Age, as ACCM has just been running all over here with the Fustelier, and it's difficult to get any of your monks in position all the time, but that's going to be a couple conversions. Oh, okay, the double delete. Oh, the Mangonel was actually able to pop out and not get killed by the castle, which is nice for it, I suppose. Yeah, eco. Yeah, I mean, Sebastian's eco has been at the absolute limit for a very long time. I mean, he's basically been attacked for almost constantly. That said, ACCM is still just making more Hustelier. More! More, I say! Okay, so there were 2 conversions there, but both of the units go down. Handcart even coming in here for ACCM. And just look at that build count. Look at the difference in LTC time, guys. That is absolutely wild. ACCM feels like he's cruising his way to a 4-0 win. It really does feel like Sebastian's outclassed. Feels like ACCM is just a more well-rounded player overall, and is just very, very well prepared. I mean, I guess that could be worse, but that's still not great. Not been able to sustain them? That does seem to happen quite a bit. When people use TCs as their means of protection as much as villager production, which, like, in some senses I get, but you're also spending time and resources building a building that isn't helping you as much. Kane Barning, like, ACCM is not bothered at all with Imperial. Like, in my position, I would be going up to Imp and Trebbing, but ACCM's like, nah, I'll just go kill you. I'll just go kill you. Anyway, that was brutal. Again, like, it wasn't Sebastian playing poorly. And ACCM was GG, thanks, my friend. ACCM living up to his toxic disposition once again. As that map was? Kinda. Streets of Beijing, much less safe with ACCM there. Like I said, there were like probably 6 total mistakes across 4 games, if that. Yeah, that was really good. ACCM swept the entire qualifier. He didn't lose a single game. What? 3-0 Temo, 3-0 Prisma, 3-0 Mihai, 4-0 Sebastian. What? Homie just didn't lose. That's pretty wild. More practice games? Maybe. So, unfortunately for Sebastian, he'll have to try again next week. And it is going to be a tough week next week. Yeah, I mean, ACCM is literally Seed 1. Right. All right, so another question is, these series are going quite fast. So hopefully there's not going to be too much downtime, but Barles might not be ready. Never mind. Barles is ready. Very, very good. Honestly, guys, the organization's been pretty on point with this tournament. And Fish and Fish is the first map again! Kind of weird, but okay. Than Kawasan? Oh, Fish and Fish is way better than Kawasan. It's an aggressive hybrid map that really leans into the aggressive part of it. Training Fish and Fish? That's also quite possible. And they've also finished the Civ draft. Dang, these guys are on point. Is still alive? Oh, you bet. But we had the really good viewer numbers yesterday with the long stream, so I'm more content with the, you know, the way fewer viewer numbers with the short stream. Or shorter stream. This is already a 4-hour and 40-minute stream. All right, so we have completed the draft. We have got a Celts pick, a Goths pick, a Jurchens pick for Barles. Got some fun civs in there. And then Hearttt with a Slavs pick. Don't see those guys too often. And a Vikings pick. We have Komir. Okay, we do have Komir, so Vikings are there. Anyway, guys, I am going to need to take a quick break, but thank you all so much for watching. Hope you've been enjoying. Been some good games, though, today, gotta say. And, yeah, be right back. Elo says this should be a close set. Yeah, I think 55-45 Hearttt sounds pretty reasonable. What's my favorite map in the series? I think my favorite maps in this map pool are Arena, Ring of Reeds, and Lookout. And Arabia, I guess. Oh, the professionalism falling apart again. Cannot type. The hamster lobby? Yeah. Alrighty, everybody. Let's see what we got here. Hearttt doing pretty well so far in the qualifiers. Is going to be the green Japanese to the southwest, and it's the exact same matchup we saw earlier. We'll have Barles in the purple as the Romans to the northeast. So I think Armenians might just... Oh, no Armenians pick here for Barles. Longswords play we've seen be very effective. Not that Romans and Japanese are even close to bad men-at-arm rushing civs. We'll have to see what the plan is. Already, though, Hearttt sending a few bills forward to drop the mill and able to utilize the nice, cheap Japanese drop-off sites so he can get that and the lumber camp and the houses all at once. Meanwhile, Barles is just going to be taking the rhinos like normal. Oh, third time we've seen this map today, and Barles going to be building a dock. Just like ACCM. Now, like I said, normally I don't like this because it just gets punished. Because your opponent goes aggressive and just, you know, kills it with men-at-arms or scouts or something. And Hearttt could still absolutely do that. But ACCM showed that if your opponent doesn't do everything they can to pressure this, it can really, really pay off in terms of your eco. Let's see how this one goes. Loom on the way for Barles, so not even going to the middle at all yet, and if he clicks up without there being a barracks on the map, then I would have to imagine he's not going for men-at-arms. Like, not the EU and Brussels being used as a stand-in for the EU. It's just literally the city of Brussels. I think that's fair. Anyway, Heartt's actually going to be the first one to click up. 19 population, and he is building the barracks, so this is what you get for not building a dock and 2 fishing ships. You can build your, or use your wood on other things. And it will be for the Japanese men-at-arm rush. Actually, what I've heard about Brussels is that people really like Brussels, except people who live in Belgium who hate Brussels. So, I don't know what that says. Alright. It is indeed going to be for the militia, and there's the barracks. Every capital city? I don't know, I'm from America and I really like Washington, D.C. I think it's a great city. It has all the touristy stuff that you could ask for. So it is good to visit as a tourist, and then got some really cool neighborhoods and eating and stuff, and I like the area. Well, London just feels like its own beast compared to the rest of the UK. Like, it just is its own cultural, demographic, and economic entity. Live there? Yeah. Usually. But maybe America is a little bit different because our capital isn't like our primate city. Whereas European capitals tend to also be their biggest cities.
Prontus.
Brain drain of talent? Yeah, that's also true. Not living in Tokyo? But that's, again, that's common, right? Boston should have been America's capital? The idea with Washington, D.C. is that you built a capital that was halfway between the North and the South, who had, even by the earliest days of America, became very different culturally. And obviously, that difference in culture and economics and, you know, vis-a-vis slavery was the main cause of the Civil War. Like the Boston Celtics? I mean, they are a very popular team, but they also have a reputation for being super annoying, so it's like you kind of love them or hate them. Well, Japanese versus Roman men-at-arms. I still think the Japanese ones might even be a bit better, although Romans have the better eco behind it. But yeah, actually, DC is kind of weird because for a planned and built capital city, there's actually a lot of history and stuff to do there. So that actually makes it different from, like, Canberra or Brasilia. But it's also
Deus.
not even close to America's primate city, which, or, I mean, America doesn't really have one, but New York is obviously the big city.
Prontus.
Anyway, this is actually really bad for Barles. He doesn't have enough army behind this. Oh boy. Is Barles just dead? Wait, he lost his fishing ships? Oh no, the spearmen got fishing ship kills there. LA's not a city, then what's the other city? Other than, well, I guess if LA isn't a city, then New York isn't a city, because New York is 5 cities. That became one super city.
Deus.
The city of 5 million? I don't know. I like living near Chicago, but I also don't mind living like a little bit away. Conglomeration of parking lots. Well, that's because New York, due to, you know, geography and stuff, they can't just expand in every direction. Well, I mean, Barles is trying to hang in there, but he's even behind in terms of eco at this point.
Impera.
But yeah, I mean, it annoys people from, especially from the Midwest to no end, that the only cities people care about, especially as not Americans, is just New York and LA. Miami, but Miami's just a different, another conglomeration of different cities. Atlanta's another giant parking lot. San Francisco's a conglomeration of other cities. Is Chicago real? I mean, it's pretty fake. Just kidding. Alright, DBA I guess is just not coming in for Barles, but this feels pretty darn over, guys. Houston's also a giant parking lot. Seattle? My cousin lives in Seattle. It does have a bit of a homelessness problem, and it's also very expensive and far away from other stuff in America, but the city itself is very nice, and it's also in a beautiful area. I mean, maybe the Men-at-Arms can do enough here. I mean, that's like a decent enough fight for Barles, but he still just feels so far behind. Yep. Louisville? I mean, Louisville's pretty tiny. Toledo isn't real? Ah, you must be from Michigan, Mangudai enjoyer. It's a well-known fact that people in Michigan do not believe in Toledo. Nani? Homelessness? Nope, it's actually the, homeless is a condition. Homelessness is the problem of having many homeless people in an area. And Chicago has it as well to some degree, but I hear it's bad in Seattle. Are much better designed and planned? I mean, it depends when they were planned. Cities like Jakarta and Bangkok are really suffering from overpopulation. Suspiciously French. Well, I mean, the French did own a significant portion of America for a long time. Bandwidth speeds in America? It depends where you are. If you live in a big city, it's usually pretty good. But America has the downside of we were the first country to implement large-scale network infrastructure, so ours is the oldest and most outdated at this point, compared to countries who did it more recently and with newer technology. I mean, Barles gets his first villager kill here. Train, yeah, exactly. With ISPs? Oh, I mean, we absolutely do, but I don't think that's especially different in other countries. US has the most modern network? Yeah, I think that's like why Romania has like one of the top internet speeds, because they've just done it the most recently. Le Corbusier, I don't know what that means. Anyway, is it double stable night from Japanese? Oh, you bet it is. Fly everywhere. Unfortunately, one, America could absolutely invest into high-speed rail if we wanted to. We absolutely could. That said, population density is just so different in America than most of America than compared to Europe that it doesn't make sense. Barles just chaps out. Yeah, I mean, 11% difference in eco. Hearttt just got way too many early kills. I mean, weird chairs? Oh, I'm afraid I don't know. I am no architecture master. Okay, Hearttt takes the win. That is Romans losing to Japanese. So that was the #1 civ pick for Hearttt. But yeah, that... If Hearttt is going to win this series decisively, which he very well could, it's probably going to be all the games looking like that, where Barles just falls way too far behind way too fast. Large-scale infrastructures? Yep. California is trying to do high-speed rail, but the issue is, again, California is huge. The only place that's economical, probably, to do high-speed rail is between Boston and Washington. And even then, you, one, have all of the different landowners, and two, the population's still so spread out that you still have a ton of different stops along the way. But yeah, I mean, all the land already exists. Big for rail? Ow. Wouldn't you want high population density? In local rail, but all the land already exists and has been developed. So you'd have to tear down a lot of stuff to make room for the rail, wouldn't you? In clustered population, but America doesn't have clustered population, right? I mean, we're all spread out. Don't have room? I mean, the cities themselves are... Again, all the land is bought, right? In a lot of Europe? Yes. All right, it's chicken arena time. $710 doesn't reach the $210 in Pasadena. Yeah, that's what I thought. Elon with a good time. Airlines. Well, yeah, I mean, we have the huge American car industry that dismantled American rail for a very long time. And, of course, I guess we now have airline lobbyings, too. But America, I believe, has very good freight rail infrastructure, if I recall correctly. And push it somewhere else. Rail systems in the world? That's true. Oh, there's going to be lots of balking. Because I live fairly close to, like, several different train tracks, and, you know, the freight goes in all the time, whereas the people trains are not very frequent. Building a tunnel? Yeah, that's wild. All right, guys, here we are. If Barles is going to beat Hearttt in this series, it feels like he should probably be winning Arena here. He is going to be in the red. I mean, to be fair, I am colorblind. In the green here, as the Bohemians, is Hearttt winning the first one, and Barles getting that correct Civ color combo. The purple Burgundians to the southwest. Bad chickens for funneling. It's still going to happen anyway. Anyway, 13 pop, double bit axe, so good timing there. And the chicken funnel has commenced. Don't you need gates? More gates than this? People would be filtered? Yeah, to be fair, I used the L in downtown Chicago, and there were a lot of really creepy people on it. Lower Idleville time? I guess, yeah. You only need one, yeah. You're not gatekeeping the chickens. Oh, look at him go! Look at the chicken go!
Zdasz Bóg.
Tournament proper? I don't think it really matters that much one way or the other. Don't you need to funnel? So you need to make sure that the end point isn't the 2x2 tiles in the back of the town center, right? It has to be one of the areas villagers can walk. Anyway, it's Burgundians versus Bohemians. It's a matchup we've seen a gajillion times. I still strongly believe that this matchup is very, very heavily favoring Burgundians, and all but post-imp. I might think, oh, Arena gets to post-imp all the time. Yeah, but Burgundians tend to have a huge advantage by the time post-imp comes around. You see, I think some weird stuff happens with the chickens going around the TC. It's tough to actually get all the way to Hofnitzer Halb hand cannon. And Burgundians were actually the #1 pick for Barles. Is it worth spending your #1 civ pick on Arena? Are there not more viable civs? But I guess maybe he didn't want to ban Bohemians. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Mayan Aztec? I mean, yeah, we see... Ever since these two civs have been added, they have been literally a top 3 at worst Arena civ. Alright, 24 population up here for Hearttt. Now, he could be going for a full clown play. It doesn't really feel like a Hearttt thing to do, especially maybe with the 3 farmers. Dr. Pepper? Dr. Pepper is better than Coke and Pepsi. It goes Dr. Pepper, then Coke, then Pepsi. But I only drink the diet versions of the soda anyway. And I don't even drink them all that often. We're stuck together. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, 27 pop up here for Barles. Feels a little... Well, I mean, I guess it's fine. Just the one lumber camp here. Yeah, just 2 vills on gold, 2 vills on gold. This looks like a very normal passive game. Get the shakes. Oh, gee, that's not good. The fraud. Root beer floats. That sounds good. But I also love ice cream. I don't really ever eat it much because it's not good for you, but, you know, it is delicious. Yeah, a lot of people have problems with caffeine and sugar addictions. Yeah, at least the diet version is 0 calories. It also has, I mean, it might give you cancer, you know, a little ways down the road, but at least you're not getting fatter in the process. Yeah, this just looks like a straight up boom here. Oh, wait, 2 bills going to gold. Cancer in the end, yeah. Anyway, Barles is basically doing what I would do if I was playing Burgundians. And Hearttt is basically doing what I would do if I was playing Bohemians. Rye bread Coke? What? American. Oh, Castle Age is on the way. Farming is farming away. Imagine we'll see Bowsaw in just a moment. Got the barracks coming in. How is my addiction to coffee? I drink coffee most mornings, but I don't actually need it. I would not say I'm addicted.
Sì.
Usato.
Like, if I sleep in, I don't drink coffee. I can stop anytime I want. I could. I'd rather not, because I like coffee, and coffee is a useful stimulant for keeping me awake. But I don't like if I'm not streaming, I usually don't drink coffee. Well, Castle Age is now in here for Barles. He did not get any Castle Age eco upgrades, though, on the way up to Castle Age. Oh, whoa, 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 back up the truck. Okay, Barles is going a lot more aggressive here than I thought, but now he's sending even more bills to gold. Alright, you can have husbandry too. Bowsaw here for Hearttt. I mean, Hearttt should be in a pretty decent spot economically going forward if he's the one who's just added a TC way faster than Barles. Barles didn't even get that early of a Bowsaw either. That's going to be a nice snipe. Gonna get the monk there, easy peasy. Yeah, that's true. Oh, should get the kill. A monk goes down. Scout goes down. Hearttt is accruing a little bit of idle TC time. And okay, there's the second TC, but definitely a way... And I don't know, maybe this wasn't the plan initially for Barles? What's pull tab gambling? Another monk sniped. Better arena civ pick. In my mind, these are literally the two best arena civs. I will say, though, in this matchup, I prefer Burgundians by a decent bit. Up until post-imp, Burgundians feel a lot better. Unless you're going for like a super clown approach, then I like Bohemians. But if you're playing passively or just playing the map control game, Burgundians are a lot better. Yeah, scratch cards have been around forever. How was that not a convert? Oh, it was. I don't know. Like scratch cards? Oh, but I don't do the lottery or gambling or anything like that. I mean, the lottery absolutely is gambling. Well, third TC coming in here for Hearttt. Resources collected are basically even. Got wheelbarrow on the way now for Barles, and there's actually a stable for Hearttt. Awesome and scary, yeah. Don't seem that exciting on this type of map. I mean, mid-game, it's usually just about, you know, making sure you have some semblance of map control, poking out, and then late game is where the interesting army comps come in. Atonement on its way. Yeah. The whole thing with Burgundians is that you kill Bohemians in early Imp before they get to Halb Hofnitze. And the KD is overall even, which is huge for the guy who's invested much less into this, which is Hearttt. And he's getting fervor too, man. I mean, Hearttt has fervor, but that also affects his villagers. And he's also coming forward. I guess he wants to go for some late Castle Age pressure? That's also a mistake. Yeah, Arena used to be way more diverse, but it's been homogenized since DE. Prospects of... Yeah, those are the sorts of... I guess those are the main sorts of gambling. Alright, Sanctity coming in. But still, Hearttt is ahead in resources compared to Burgundians, which feels very not good for Barles. Like, aggressively not good. And what's he going to come out of it with? A 3-2 relic advantage at best? Alright, the monk does go down, but you lost all your light cav in the process. I don't know, guys. I just can't get behind this. Going to push meta? I mean, we still see that from time to time. I mean, we kind of saw it in the last series, right? It was 1 TC monks from Nikov. Oh, block it! Monk is converted. Where's the last relic? Oh, wait, it's literally that is the last relic. Got one more light cav out. Upload videos in 4K? No. I don't have a 4K monitor. Oh. Imp is on the way at the same time for each player. Resources collected are even. But Bohemians are a better civ if you're hitting Imp in, you know, a similar time. And now you're going to open skirms here as Barles, which is actually fairly common. Go skirm into Hand Cannoneer into Paladin. Yeah, it takes a lot of Spearman to out DPS a monk that's getting healed. Well. Ballistics coming in, more relevant skirm upgrades. At the very least, Barles needs to get some mount control here. I mean, Barles is doing a good job minimizing his idle TC time, but because he got his TC so much slower than his counterpart, it doesn't feel like he's in the good spot that he should be. But with a marginally worse civ? I don't know, guys. I'm just not sold on any of this. Because I do think that Burgundians just die if it gets to Halb Hofnitze. That's pretty annoying, honestly. Charging up the conversions on the Vills. Okay, well, more Vills being sent forward here. And did Hearttt get chemistry yet? Yes, he did. I guess that really doesn't matter too much. Chemistry is going to be clicked almost immediately there for purple. And look at this. Green now knows about the castle, and he is training a Treb and a bombard cannon, and that is the advantage of Bohemians. Yes, you would think that Barles' overall play at this point is going to be better, as Barles is more experienced on Arena, especially in closed maps. The key fight? What key fight? There wasn't an important fight happening. That fight changed nothing.
See.
Alright, block printing coming in, interestingly. So Barles is focusing more on monks. Now getting Cavalier. Or was Hera? Well, I mean, yeah, that's Hera. But Barles, recognizing, I guess, that the castle isn't going to stay alive all that much longer, so he's going to try and get conscription before it goes down. And castle is getting low. Storm's going to do their best to force back the cannons. Nice attack round, though, there from Hearttt. Yes, conscription goes in. Okay, that's going to be a nice pickup there. Still, you'd think that this is going to be getting better and better for Bohemians in the long run. Got 3 bombard cannons to 1, 2 trebs to 1. Got some cavalier on the way, but I'm just not sold that the cavalier are going to do a whole lot with all these soon-to-be halbs on the field. Wagenborg tic-tacs. Siege Engineers is going to be an important pickup because it means you outrange the Burgundian bombards. Another nice kill there for Hearttt. Wagenburg tic-tacs or tic-tocs.
Ano.
See.
Co przykazujesz?
Pozot. Travis.
Well, no hoof needs. Oh, jeez, another bombard goes down. I don't think Heartt's lost one yet. Said the hand cannons are coming out now for Burgundians, and they are very strong against those pikemen. And they're also pretty good at sniping bombard cannons. 4 is still very close, and Heartt's actually running out of army. Okay, he's trying to go for Hofnitze, and this is what I was saying, that it's hard to get to Hofnitze. But if you can just stall a little bit longer here as Hearttt, he's going to have those fully upgraded Hofnitze, and I think it's going to be quite tough for Barles to do anything. And the siege numbers are the ones that really matter right now. Monks are not a very good answer to Hofnitze because they one-shot them. I like the masonry coming in here from Hearttt. Paladin on its way now for Barles. I mean, to be fair, there aren't that many pikemen, and there is no halb upgrade yet, so maybe if you can catch Hearttt off guard. As although the siege unit numbers are the most important here, it doesn't mean that the regular units, the foot soldiers, are unimportant. Hofnitze could potentially get denied, honestly. Oh, nice hit there. Be another nice couple hits. +4 defense about to be in. Alright, I think Hofnitze should be coming in now.
See.
Castle number 2. Ugh.
Vašim službám, ano.
I mean, guys, Hofnitza's in. Now all you need to do is just make Hofnitza and Halb, and I don't see how you lose at his heart. I mean, I guess the 4-1 relics is nice. I mean, maybe there is a point when gold really starts to run out that Burgundians can become better again with the 4 relics plus vineyards, which I don't think Barles has. No, it does not. But that's, and I remember that's there was a Fortress game that's how I think Tato won. Actually, I think it was Tato versus Hearttt.
Co přikazuješ?
So, I mean, that is a possibility. Oh, jeez, guys, this is awful for Barles. Oh, boy. Look at that. Huge difference in res destroyed.
Good luck.
Okay, that is a bombard going down there. Where are the barracks? How many? Okay, there are 8 barracks now on the field. That should be enough in the short run. Castle can still be repaired for a while. Paladin's charging forward. Castle taking 8,000 damage already. More siege units being brought to bear. That siege unit goes down. I mean, Heartt's population still isn't super exciting, though. He isn't making any more Hofnitzer right now, which is a little weird. The eco balance actually seems to be pretty off.
Good luck.
Hofnitzer, yep.
See.
Barles' spot. I mean, out on the map, he's doing fine. But Hearttt is way ahead in the resources destroyed.
Davis.
And if there was a gold destroyed stat, I'm also quite sure that Green would be far ahead in that specifically.
Good luck.
I was worried for a second that Barles microed back into it, but it doesn't matter. 1 bomber cannon, 1 treb. 1 treb, 0 Hofnitzer on the field. +4 defense, obviously going to be huge. Guilds coming in. Actually, guilds coming in for both players. Love it. Oh! Probably a bit closer than it should have been. Still, tons and tons of stone left here for Hearttt. Nice kill there. Castle right back to being under attack. But I mean, those Bohemian Halbs, man. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I just don't see it. Castle's not going to go down anytime soon. Like, look at this. It's an insane difference in resources destroyed here in favor of Hearttt. And Barles is, I mean, only slightly ahead in res collected. Remember, skirms only deal 1 damage to Hofnitzer because they have 1 extra pierce armor. Will gold runs? It could. I mean, eventually the Bohemian player will be out of gold, and at that point, Barles should win. Does he have vineyards yet? You make me sad. Hope Pizza. Well, they do call the Hofnitzer the Hope Pizza of siege weapons. Yes, this just feels so wildly inefficient for purple. And you also have your skirm upgrades in. Like, look at the resource bank. Yeah, I don't see how Barles can take this. Keeper. The upgrade to Paladin is cheaper, but the Paladins are full price.
Co přikazuješ?
I mean, that was an okay hit there, I suppose, but now Heartt's the one with all the momentum. And that's like a 2,000 military score advantage, which is enormous in terms of resources destroyed. If you look at the res collected, yeah, it's way more gold for Barles. That's all gone down the drain. Well, basically, Heartt has only spent gold on Hofnitze and upgrades. He's never made any other gold units. Italians are one of the civs that actually, they come fairly close to hard countering Bohemians. It's like their only bad matchup. Because Bohemians have actually the worst tech tree in all of AoE 2 to counter condos. Your best option are non-thumb ring arbs, which are not very exciting. Anyway, castle getting low. Those trebuchets give you the good consistent damage. And yeah, the army value is actually higher for Barles right now. I just don't see it. Relic? Oh, you got me. Italians are viable, but you would rather pick Italians on a water map where they're better. Alright, we do have some more Hofnitze queued up, but Heartt doing a nice job protecting the trebuchets for now. Castles are mostly going down at this point for purple. I guess the stone collected is kind of even. But yeah, look at this. Heartt is 4,000 gold behind in terms of gold collected, and he's got 2,000 in the bank versus almost nothing. Hofnitze, it's a tricky one. Because you do outrange the Hofnitze... Or no, the Hofnitze still outrange the longbowman. Barles is even housed right now. Or just doesn't have 200 housing room. But yeah, staggered formation longbowman can kind of work versus Hofnitze, but it still doesn't something you feel great. Don't feel great about it. Okay, now Vineyards is coming in, but that feels like it's too late. Like, Barles is literally out of gold. He's met a lot of paladins, and they basically all died to halbs. Like I said, I don't really see how Burgundians win this until I guess the Bohemians player runs out of gold. Which I have seen happen before, but it's going to be a very long time before Heartt runs out of gold because he's, again, making no gold units other than the occasional Hofnitze and Trebuchet. And he has guilds. That's entertaining because it's not very entertaining. Player pushing? Is it? And the Cannoneers? Well, you don't really need either of those things. Both of those things cost gold, and Heartt doesn't need to spend gold right now. The first time it's amazing? Maybe. Fortified wall, oh boy. Heartt can continue to wall up his base, make sure he's not getting counterattacked. Again, on a map like Fortress, you can counterattack the Bohemians and raid them to death. Again, that is another option you have in late game versus them, but not on Arena. That's not really a thing. Last castle here for Barles. Still redonkulously far behind in the resources destroyed. All he's got really are his own trash units, which are not going to be anywhere near good. Yeah, if you were breaking it with Skirmisher Paladin, and hand cannoneers, you're not breaking it with just skirmisher light cav. Kind of an unfortunate game, and I really feel like Barles might have had a bit of a wrong approach here. I wouldn't really bother as much fighting for Like, still go for the light cav and the map control and maybe try and force your opponent to invest into it, but other than that, just... Like, if you can hit Imp and have over, like, 1,000 more resources collected, you can snowball that. Death balls, there are very few things in the game that will actually kill this. Mongols can make it happen. Turks can make it happen. Anything else that can really make that work? Italians with condos. It's not even a death ball. Like, literally, this dies to condos. Oh, no, Khmer are awful against this. Ballista elephants take a gajillion bonus damage from Hofnitsa. Chotels? I don't know about that. If you're not paying attention... Poles? No, Poles run into a giant wall of halbs. Fustelier, but the advantage you have in this matchup is Burgundians, and I do think it's a very powerful advantage, is the timing. If you have a strong infantry unit, then you do force the Bohemian player to have to invest a little bit more gold into the hand cannoneers, but it's still probably not efficient. Arquebus and... No, Portuguese still run into the issue that the Hofnitsa is better than the Portuguese cannons. Like, Arquebus is nice, but if you've ever tried microing Arquebus versus artillery cannons or Hofnitsa, it's still not as good. Mode SO. Yeah, it is possible, I guess. I mean, it would require some very, very exceptional micro to deal with that. But I mean, as I think we can all see here, we're kind of grasping at straws. Versus gunpowder? Yeah, but again, you're still just running into Bohemian halbs. Can never beat halb. I've seen the Magyar Death Ball versus Halb Hofnitsa once, and the Magyar Death Ball did not work at all. The Bohemian Halbs were too good at killing all the cavalry, and the Hofnitsa can just get some shots in on the cav archers, then there's not a whole lot you can do. Until the Hofnitsa kills it. It's more important that you have Mangudai out, because Mangudai with micro can actually, you know, run around and actually snipe the Hofnitsa, but it's still tough. And the thing is, Mangudai plus, like, Mongol Siege is way more expensive to get to and harder to get to than the Hofnitsa. And it's much more expensive to sustain. Anyway. Mongols are terrible on Arena, unfortunately. You don't have enough of an eco. Like, Bohemians don't even need to play post-imp against Mongols. You just go forward and clown them, and then Mongols don't do anything. Yeah, that felt kind of bad. Again, Barles still had 4,000 more gold collected. Unfortunately, It was easy for me to predict this game because I've seen this before. That was the #1 pick too. I just don't think you ever #1 pick Burgundians. Update, am I ruining AoE again? Oh my goodness. Early finish, unless Barles starts to turn it around. Although you wouldn't... I don't think you could argue that the 3 people who would qualify today wouldn't have deserved it at this point. Alright, so Rocky Forest feels like a good opportunity for the Incas if you're Hearttt, and if you are Barles, I think this is where you go Armenians unless you really want to play them on Komir, which you absolutely do because you have no other water civs. Alright, so then what do you go here as Barles? Maybe Goths? Yeah, it is a little bit unfortunate. I have no idea. It's not going to be as flashy as Red Bull. Red Bull's like whole thing is like spectacle. Is it going to be in like a convention center though, or is it going to be in like a hotel conference area? Because that's what the Nations Cup Finals was in. It was in like a, you know, a hotel conference area. We'll have to see. I think we will get a clean feed, though, at least for us international casting types. Low tier cast. Castles are very pricey. Alrighty. We are here on Rocky Forest, which looks like a bow tie. Alright, Heartt's going to be here in the green as the Incas to the north, and Barles really looking to get some points on the board here, as he is now down 0-2, losing his #1 home civ and home map. Give the money for an Ornlu LAN. I don't really have the experience hosting a LAN, though. I would probably need a lot of help for that. Anyway, Bannister Esquire with the 33 months. Thank you so much, Bannister. Thank you, thank you. Alright. That kind of looks like an infinity. So, could be a very early drush here from Hearttt. But the Armenian longsword play, I think, is going to be very tricky to stop on this map. Student loan debt? Don't think so.
Jay.
Halo lands? Oh yeah, people did stuff like that all the time.
Jay.
Lumber camp? Oh, it's a very fast drush. Remember, Incas, because you have the extra housing space, can go for a really quick drush. But I think Barles is having a similar idea. All just one big land. Still, the militia are out faster, and oh, Barles is just sneaking around. I mean, Hearttt has to see the barracks. Okay, now Barles is coming back. All right, Loom coming in now for Barles. Not yet for Hearttt. He still does need to gather his 10 gold. And more vills on the way. And look at this, guys. Heartt's going to be going up to 5 militia. Inspired by Niaz. Name of the game? Yeah, man. Always have music in game. Tower. Barles is probably going to try and go into Longswordsman. And try hunting. Oh, I'm so sorry. Alright. You got the 5 militia here versus the 2. Quick walls are in. Chinese custom campaigns, yeah. Yes, the Brashton. Alright, militia do make it over here. That bill will escape. But you do have Loom in right now for... Oh, no! Hearttt, wait, that's his second Vil he lost. Uh-oh. And Heartt's not going to click up anytime soon. Alright, this is one way Barles can sneak into a victory, although I would be a bit concerned that you're looking at your number 2 Civ pick, having already used your number 1 Civ pick against a very low-tier Civ pick from your opponent. And that's also Barles' home map. Still, you gotta do it. Oh, you can unlock a legendary mode? Really? Is it just all the infinite unit spam? Alright, so Barles investing much less and getting much more out of this early game, so not a great start here for Hearttt. Wow. I mean, as much as I'm not a big fan of just, you know, 200 plus pop Imperial Age unit spam, those campaign devs go hard. Well, nice scouting there. But the Vils are not really going to be able to take wood too efficiently. Yet Feudal Age is going to be here in just a moment. Where are the militia? Okay, militia is still chilling over here. Yeah, you know. I don't think these trees are stragglers. Right, Feudal Age is in, and is Barles just going to go for an archery range? I don't think he can go for an archery range. He can't gather wood. Can't build a mule cart. Oh no. Oh no. Barles hasn't done anything with his Feudal Age, and Hearttt is on his way up. He's got 6 farms. He's still taking wood, no problem. Look at this difference in resources collected in favor of Hearttt. And that's with 2 villagers dying. And Hearttt can just run away with his militia. Those vills are all idle. Men-at-Arms upgrade is incoming. You need to build another mule cart here to the south, though, which is at least nice and cheap, but ugh. Ugh. I guess Barles didn't actually lose anything, but you can see here that sometimes it can be better to lose 2 vills and have 0 idle TC time, or idle villager work time, versus losing 0 vills and having a lot of idle vills. That said, Men-at-Arms are coming in, but good reaction here from Hearttt. And now Hearttt will be forced off of wood, but you cannot run into the town center. Men-at-Arms coming in, and there's the archery range immediately on the way for Hearttt as Longswordsman clicked up here for Barles. Yeah. I mean, those vills are all still very exposed, and it feels like one of those situations where you just go for archers, and then the archers kill the longswordsman. Oh no, guys. Oh no. Villa going down. Oh no. What is this? What are you doing, Hearttt? Oh, gee. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. More than 6. I guess one archer goes down there. At least to game 5. Well, I mean, it is a best of 7, remember, so it's Barles doesn't have a series life on the line yet. But it's obviously looking absolutely terrible for him. He's 10 villagers behind, 2 minutes plus idle TC time. You can see here that the Drush is absolutely just completely obliterating Barles' economy. Look, well, none of the games have felt very close so far. Elo, this is definitely not a low Elo legend. These guys are some of the best players in the world, but messy games happen. In fact, very often, if the players are good, games turn out messy. Oh, man. Blacksmith coming in. But now you're going to be stuck making archers and skirms, because the longswordsmen are still bad against archers. Most longswordsmen are good enough against skirmishers, which, who knows? Who knows, man? All very avoidable. Well, I don't really get the villagers running in to try and punch down longswordsmen. That one's kind of weird to me. But everything else was done very, very well from Hearttt. As the zoomies, oh no. Yes, it's been very one-sided today. We had 4-1 in the first series and a 4-0 in the second series, and this is looking the way of a 4-0 or a 4-1 in this series. But that would mean that Nikov, ACCM, and Hearttt would absolutely be the ones who deserve to go to the LAN event. Caught Barles off guard? It sure did. And not being able to wall in the wood line, not being able to gather wood anywhere. Just Barles ran out of stragglers, and then it's like, uh-oh, I don't have anything. Going to LAN, there are 10 players who will be at the LAN. The 4 invited players, who are the exact 4 players who you think would be invited. You have 3 players from this qualifier, 2 players from the next qualifier, and then 1 China-only qualifier. Switched on, yeah, but Barles isn't the most consistent player in the world, which is usually one of the defining weaknesses of everyone in sort of that top, again, 7 through 12 range. Tavachiwal. Right, dinner. Good night, McNeely. You do have some more longswordsmen coming in. If the eco wasn't so egregiously in favor of one player, I'd actually think that Barles still has a decent enough shot. Although having scale mail armor would be huge. Very unlucky, it happens.
Jasnem.
Anyway, he probably shouldn't face Hera in the first round because Hera is seed 1 and Nikov should at worst be seed 7 out of 10.
Jay.
When did Barles lose 8 vills? A long time ago. Yeah, 5 minutes idle TC to less than 1 minute. Heartt's on the way to Castle Age, and like this game is so over.
Jay.
Yep, Nikov beat Tato 4-1, in fact. It was very, very impressive. Just like ACCM's gameplay, and just like Heartt's gameplay. This doesn't look like one of those situations where it's like, oh, the 2 best players in the qualifier happen to meet each other in the same bracket and one has to knock out the other. I mean, it's, in my view, these are the 3 players who are winning are pretty clearly the 3 best players this weekend. Remember, as soon as Heartt hits Castle Age, he goes double range slingers, and then like everything just dies. Another tower coming in. Just a few well-placed towers are doing a lot here. Yep. That's exactly it, Adam. Even if this gets in and kills 12 vills, you're still kind of dead as Barles. And when I say kind of, I mean barely dead. Also, this is not going to kill 12 vills. It's going to kill only a few. No arson and no +1 attack. And yeah, it's rough, guys. It's real rough. That eco completely plummeting right when Barles did not want to have that happen. GG out of nowhere. Who would have seen it coming? Armenians losing to Incas. Early resign? Absolutely. Nope, it's not over yet. In theory, Barles could reverse sweep, and we've seen multiple reverse sweeps, but the issue with thinking about a reverse sweep here is that none of these games have been even close. Anyway, looks like Lookout is the next map. Honestly, any Civ but Vikings works for Heartt. And for Barles, I don't think we're going to see Goths, although we have seen Goths on that map. I don't think we're going to see Spanish. We have seen Celts and we have seen Jurchens. We all have off days? I mean, yeah, he definitely looks like he has an off day. Ready. Oh, they're just gonna go with the arena picks then. Ugh. Sleepy Ornlu indeed. Well, at least, you know, if this series does end now, It'll only be a little over a 6-hour stream, and I can kind of take a bit of a break. Ten seconds. Hours. All right, guys, here we are. Possibly the last game of this entire qualifier. We will have Hearttt in the green as the Portuguese to the west of the map, and to the east in the purple as the Khmer. It will be Barles. So in my mind, these are two S-tier Arabia civs. Khmer have a better eco. Portuguese have a better tech tree. Pretty straightforward dynamic. Playing AoE2 and something else? No, because I never play so much AoE as I'd ever burn myself out. Also, I just don't play that many other games. Those felled trees. Scouts into skirms into CA mirror? Oh, you bet. Or maybe, hold on, Unflushable. It could be skirms into scouts into CA and skirms. Use your noggin. Need a battle of. I think we will see neither of those units in this game. All right, so 4 coming in here for Hearttt. I do like Khmer, maybe even a little bit more than Portuguese. The thing with having a good eco and sort of, I'd say, a medium tech tree versus a good tech tree and a medium eco, shall we say? Like 5-star eco, 3-star tech tree versus 5-star tech tree, 3-star eco. Like, let's be real, guys. We're doing this like Mario Kart stats. But having the better eco means you can play. You have a greater degree of flexibility in terms of play style, right? It's not just about the unit comps you make. It's like, can you play aggressively or defensively? And you can just do that a little bit better with Khmer than you can with Portuguese. No HCA. No, sorry. I mean, what do you even make then? Only OP civs and garbage, yeah. Answer is always skirms. Comparable stats for casters? Oh no, I wouldn't even want to know what my stats are. Five-star camel noises? Okay. We all have, I guess, some small things we can do. It's militia-ing time. Alright, so we do see some men-at-arms rushing on this map. I haven't really ever seen... I've never seen it really work, I think. 3? I think the Charisma 3 is a little too high. Well, just going to be going in with the archery range follow-up here for Barles, and Honestly, this isn't really all that different than what we'd see if either of these guys were just playing Arabia. It's a 10-point skill? I know, it's way too much in charisma. Just a hair a bit of idle TC time for Barles, 0 seconds still for Hearttt. Of course, Portuguese still just without that very smooth gameplay. Correct takes 2. All right, scouts running around. Gotta be careful with the Bills, but the Spearman is well positioned. There are only 3 scouts in total, and a couple of archers coming out here, and really nothing too drastic's happened for either player. Now, you could say that Barles is in a better spot because he didn't invest into men-at-arms, and I think that would be reasonable enough. It's only 4 farms here for Hearttt versus the soon-to-be 8 farms for Barles. Don't think it really matters all that much, though. These men-at-arms are still posing a bit of a threat in the back of Barles' base. Archers are just chilling in the range for now, for Hearttt. Oh, Hearttt doesn't have double bit-axe. Ooh, that could be pretty rough unless he remembers it and gets it pretty soon. All right, archers coming on over here. Practice is dead. It's dead on this stream. It was never alive, but what is dead may never die. Or so I've been told. Both players gathering from the gold here, as one would expect. Fletching going to be in for Hearttt. But still no eco upgrades, and that is going to be rough for him going forward, as Barles is really starting to get that lead in the economy. Archer's also killing all the men-at-arms there, but fletching is in faster. Villager is just going to probably finish the house and jump into it. Or jump into the other house. Oh, that archer's going to go down. Padded archer armor also going to be in here for each player. In feudal early... double bit-axe. Double bit-axe is the best upgrade in AoE 2. I will stand by that. At least not counting the age ups. Loom is only the second most important upgrade. Alright, Barles just going to commit to the fight here. There's also one skirmisher on standby, but that scout still at decent enough HP there for Hearttt, and he is going to be taking a much better fight. I don't know, is wheelbarrow underrated? It's amazing. I think people know it's amazing. Handcart? No, because you don't need... You don't see an early handcart in most games. I mean, you see it sometimes if a player's doing greedy. It's a good upgrade, but... You're not like, oh my goodness, this player doesn't have handcart, they're going to lose the game. I mean, or at least you do so very rarely, whereas, oh, this person doesn't have double bit-axe, this is going to be horrible for them. Trainer for Almost Revolution, still double bit-axe. Guys, double bit-axe is one of the most important techs in literally every setting. Now, you could say that something like handcart is the most underrated tech, and I think that would be fair enough. Well, overall KD is similar, villager count is similar, but you do now have both of the eco upgrades in for Barles. It's just his eco has been a bit more inefficient with the pressure. Anyway, Barles is walled at the south, but still very open at the north. Hearttt is open at the south, but he has a couple of very nice forests here to help him defend. Barles' map is way, way worse here, actually, by extension, because it feels like he's missing another forest around here. Yeah, even like launch Flemish Revolution was still only useful in a post-imp game. Okay, looks like Barles is actually going to try and wall a bit further forward. Got to be careful of the wolf. The Ornlu wolf. Stone Chef mining. That's a luxury upgrade if I've ever seen one. Just rightfully underrated. Alright. Heartt's still clicking up a little bit faster, and honestly, for not having double bit axe, the better eco efficiency is pretty darn wild. Barles mostly just ahead in wood collected right now. That just goes to show that even missing double bit axe is okay if you are able to apply a lot of pressure. Scale barding armor coming in, and I would expect some sort of knight crossbow-y sort of composition, and there's Heartt now getting double bit axe. Treadmill crane? Why don't you research treadmill crane at the mill? That way the villagers would have to tread over to the mill to research treadmill crane. Oh, let's pull back there. And Archer is still hanging around being active. The chain, but isn't it just going to be kind of harder to get most of the time because it costs stone now for some reason? For 3 days, jeez. Big crane at the university. Ah. All right, Siege Workshop coming in. Crossbow and Bodkin as well. Of course, Portuguese with that gold discount. Discount on archers, knights, and mangonels. It's a pretty darn good combo. Meanwhile, Barles is going to be making the almighty skirmisher. Is that going to be enough? Those bills are still fairly exposed as well, whereas Heartt's been able to take all of his forge bushes. Let's see if Barles can defend. Forward castle? Not usually worth it. Are there times of a doubt castle where having treadmill crane would be useful? Yes, but most of the time you'd rather just be up to Imperial Age faster and save the resources. If that makes sense. Couple knights all the way over there to the west, but they don't have any upgrades. +2 defense is going to be in here on the skirmishers, and it is possible, I guess, for the knights to snipe the mangonels if there are no monks on standby. Like it. Yeah, but other upgrades used to cost stone in Age of Kings, but stone is such a precious resource, right? I mean, I guess it's only 50 stone, I think, right? Anyway, Monastery coming in. No Mangonel even yet coming in. Second TC behind this for Heartt. Oh, okay, a couple knights are running over here, and they do snipe the low HP Vil. As Heartt, I mean, that's kind of an obvious hole. It's not like an, oh my god, how is that a hole? That's like, okay, that's literally just 2 tiles that are empty. Okay, that's good for Barles. Another kill there. Get the back. Alright, starting to look a little bit better here for Barles. Getting monks and mangonels out. The archery ranges are in a bit of trouble, but it's not like the end of the world. Wheelbarrow coming in now for Heartt. Nope. It is Archer plus Mangonel versus Skirm plus Mangonel. We saw this in the ACCM Sebastian series, and having the crossbowman can be a lot more useful in many situations. But having the better Mangonel trades is even better. Hearttt still with a little bit of a score lead. Organ guns? Of course they are. Organ guns are only an important part of the Portuguese tech tree on Arena and like BF and stuff. Oh. Like, Portuguese are a top 5 Arabia civ without ever needing to make organ guns. Again, that's just having a good tech tree and such a well-rounded discount with the gold discount. And having a good enough early game now that you have the Forager to Wood bonus. Oh, the new organ guns are going to be absolutely dreadful. At least in Castle. In Imp, the organ guns are going to be exactly as good as they always have been. To be fair. Elephants? No. Yeah, the fact that organ guns are going to be outranged by archers and mangonels and skirms is not good for them, obviously. Well, we're at 3 mangonels and counting. 3rd TC coming in for Hearttt. But Barles is a little bit ahead in terms of population. In Castle Age, yeah, I'm not sure when you're supposed to make them, unless you're like going for a castle drop and then some organ guns to apply pressure when like your opponent only has a few units on the field. But yeah, now they're much more of an imp unit. And they are still going to be very, very good as an imp unit. But remember that elite organ gun is super expensive. It's, I think, 1,200 food and 550 gold. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, there is no ballistics in for Hearttt. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, you needed to not lose that. Chain Barding Armor now coming in for Hearttt as well. Skirms are trying to come around here to the back. For organ guns in high eco situations? No, not at all. Plus run range and oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, big Sag. I guess you have bloodlines coming in. Oh, wait. That still should be killing that man. Yeah, it's killing that mangonel there. Okay, the thing is, Barles isn't actually ahead in eco. He's just, like, falling behind in army while being the same in eco. Two mangonels to 1, and you ran out of knights. Resources destroyed very heavily in favor of Hearttt. I mean, honestly, I think he just has better micro than Barles. You know, a 1-for-1 trade is not good enough. I mean, with even resources collected and a positive KD, you just know that Portuguese players being so much more efficient considering how much gold is being saved on all of these units. I mean, he's able to support this with 13 bills on gold. Husbandry coming in. I don't know why Heartt's getting Husbandry, considering Portuguese don't have that upgrade. Kind of surprising to me, to be honest. Oh no. This is where we get to the oh no part of the cast. Now Heartt has the eco lead. Oh, guys, do you think Barles out of it? I think Barles out of it. PC is going to get forcibly ejected soon. Now, you don't want to run in there. Yeah, it's +2 defense isn't even in. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was worried Heartt for a second. Heartt might be going 2-ham, but no, he's fine. He's fine. GG, congrats, says Barles, and that was a very one-sided day today. 4-1, 4-0, 4-0. And a Heartt will be going on to China. So, very much well done and well-deserved for Heartt. Get ready to learn China. Usually that's an insult when somebody's like kicked out of a league, but no. All right, now what I do not know, guys, is when Qualifier 2 starts. In theory, it starts tomorrow. I will see on Discord and see like, okay, there are matches happening. But this qualifier was still overall a lot of fun, even if the last sets were not all that great. We had a lot of really good sets here and there. But still, that is going to be it for me, guys. It's been a very, very long weekend, so gonna be trying to relax a bit now. Bye, guys.